There we go. So, alright. So I've just gotten back into the sim. I've been, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and pull up control and let them know what happened. One, 3, 5, 5.
The initial climb, that cut off, I believe it was 3,000. Expect 41010 minutes of departure frequency is with you, squawk 0740.
United 9787 heavy, the initial altitude is 2,000.
Initial 2,000 and expect 41010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency with you and 0740.
United 9787 heavy, thank you. Readback is correct. Call for taxi, the altimeter 3010.
3010 United 9787.
Hey, control aeronaut 36 from you.
Aeronaut 36 from me, go ahead.
Sorry, we had to restart the whole computer there, so just for planning, it's going to be like a good 10-15 minutes before we push again.
Aeronaut 36 from me, Roger, keep me posted. Your clearance still valid.
Roger.
Check Center, Pipe Club 215 on the ground at St. Augustine. Go ahead, cancel our IFR, please.
Pipe Club 215, Roger, cancellation 5 hours received. Appreciate the heads up. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Thanks for ATC. Have a great night.
See ya.
Where is that? Here it is. Alright. Alright, let's see here.
District 5075, I have your clearance advice. Ready to copy.
1641.
Blues 35075, ready to copy. Go ahead.
District 5075, clear to the Charlotte Airport as filed. Clementine 2000, expect level 37010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is with me in squawk 1517.
Alright, let me just go ahead and...
Okay, clear to the Charlotte Douglas Airport, asphalt, Clementine 2000, flight level 37010, squawking, correction, departure is with you and squawking 1517, Blue Streak 5075.
District 5075, thank you. Readback is correct. The altimeter 3010, call for taxi. Expect runway 16.
Expect runway 16 and we'll call for taxi. Blue Streak 5075.
Envoy 4037 back with you.
Envoy 4037, welcome back.
Alright. Let's try this again, shall we?
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 2061 weather request.
Weather's 2061, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We've got the weather for Orlando, and we would like to put the ILS 35 right on a request.
Southwest 2061, or you can expect that.
I just get... Okay, let's go ahead and try this again.
Rouge 1660, cross Olean, out of maintain 13,000, the temp altimeter 3007, maintain 270 knots or less in the transition.
Cargo cross Olean, maintain 13,000, copy the weather, and we'll maintain 270 knots or less in the transition, Rouge 1660.
Thank you.
Let's see here.
American 1589, turn left direct Libby during the runway 8 localizer.
Can get that dealt with, actually.
Left direct Libby for runway 8 blizzard or?
Good route. Jeffersonian, welcome aboard. Sorry, we just had to restart the computer. So this is like the second version of the stream, and we have not gotten airborne yet. Yeah, sorry, I had to restart the computer because of the...
November 6, Delta Fox with the Jacksonville altimeter 3009er.
I had to install like the drivers and stuff. So, alright, so we can activate route, execute that. Departure.
Jack Center 3009er. 6 Delta Foxtrot.
Alright. Got that. Where's the net? West. Let's see, information. No, 301. It's 301. Hey, control, air out 36 Romeo. Just want to verify it's still 3012 for the altimeter.
We're at 36 Romeo, the Charleston altimeter 3011.
3011, thank you.
American 1589, 11 miles from Libby, maintain 2000 until established in the localizer. Cleared Alice Yankee, runway 8 approach.
Maintain 2000 till established. Cleared Alice Yankee 8 approach. American 1589.
Let's get this APU back on, please.
United 3889, the wind is 3303, runway 17, clear to land.
4 minutes on that.
Runway 17 clear to land, United 3889.
Alright. Let's see here. Goes to auto. That APU bleed on.
Jacksonville Center, United 9787, ready to taxi.
Oh, damn.
United 7987, heavy, runway 16, taxi via Delta.
16 via Delta, United 9787.
It'll be flaps 10 takeoff. And those numbers are correct. According to SimBrief, anyway. Okay, I have to wonder if that's the setting. And once again, these frames are still like a little jittery. These frames are just ever so slightly jittery. On the right side, they look solid.
Jack Center, go ahead, 1314.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just got a contact me from you guys. 1314.
Stand by, let me check where you're at.
Northbound.
Good evening, Indy Center. Lufthansa 95 India at flight level 32,000, climbing 37,000.
Calling in the center on the wrong frequency.
Lufthansa 95.
Lufthansa 95, this is Jacksonville Center frequency.
My apologies, Jacksonville Center.
330 degrees on this front.
Delta 1441, Jackson, hello, welcome.
Auto throttle on.
Southwest 2861, descend via the Sandfield 3, arrival to Orlando altimeter 3009er.
Oh, wait.
3009er, descend via the Seinfeld 3, Southwest 2061.
Yeah, I already put that in. Good. Switch that over to the APU. The east fuel pumps on. 4 minutes. Before I can close out New Sky on the previous flight.
1314 is still here.
American 1314, roger.
Stay down. Bed. Got all that. Good.
American 1589, the wind is calm, runway 8, clear to land.
Where's that runway 8 there? 1589.
Initial speed will go 160. 160 knots on the initial speed. Of course, is 330 degrees. Okay. Good. Alright, let me just go down my checklist again. Alright, good. Those. Okay, passenger signs to on. Okay, packs. Okay, no, packs, iris. Transponders on. MCP dealt with. Window heat on. Flight altitude checked. Landing altitude. Be 100 feet, I believe. Flight directors on. LNF, PNF. That's required. Got those on.
And Jacksonville Center, Blue Streak 5075, sure up, Delta, ready for taxi, latest weather.
Push rig 50, 75, runway 16, taxi via Delta.
16 via Delta, booster 5075.
Alright, just want to verify it once again. These rudders are still working here. Yes, they are. Alright. I find it interesting how the 737 has decent GSX integration, but then the 777 doesn't. I find that both nice and annoying. Anyway. And I know y'all can't see the microstutters, but I'm getting some microstutters still. Don't really know how to deal with that.
United 3889, taxi to parking via Alpha, cross runway 8. We'll see you next time.
Taxi to parking via Alpha Cross Runway 8. Thanks for the services and good day, United 3889.
See ya.
Alright.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
Good, so Mike. Get down! Alright, anti-collision lights can go on. What's that?
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Alright, let's get that going. Tax to off. Okay. Not looking half bad.
Locking gear.
Go down. Bed. Alright. Right, nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push.
Down.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Passing 25% N2. $23, $24, $25. Fuel pump's on, good. Alright, let's try this again. And for 36 Germany, we're pushing now.
For now, 36 Roman, roger, advance for the taxi.
Alright.
American 1589 Heavy, welcome to Jax. Taxi to parking via Alpha Hotel. We'll see you next time.
Parking via Alpha Hotel, next.
In terms of this departure, alright, initial climb is 4,000. Good.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake is set now.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
I can confirm that.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Alright, so for those who are unfamiliar and didn't see my post earlier and haven't put the title of the stream, this is our second go at this now. That's because we didn't have any rudder inputs. That's because I didn't. You have to use special rudder software if you have the rudder pedals linked to the yoke.
Jacksonville Center, United 9787.
So,
I have the
and I forgot about that.
runway 16 ready for takeoff.
Get down.
97 heavy, the wind's calm, fly runway heading, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff. 977.
Alright, let's do a flight control structure. Full down, full up.
Tow truck
Full
disconnected.
left.
Bypass bin removed.
4037 Miami Center is applied. Change of
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Check.
See ya.
Good. Nose wheel, steering. Seemingly nose wheel steering, actually. We got to verify the maps.
Blue Street 5075, postal runway 16, gonna be a couple of minutes for a wake turbulence separation.
Hold short, runway 16, Blue Street 5075.
Delta 1549, Miami and Tampa approach are offline, frequency change approved, great night.
Alright, I have some sections. Let's see here. Simulation. I don't know why it's not getting a tour.
Desmond Center, Delta 300, 340.
I'm sorry, who's calling Jackson?
Delta 300.
Delta 300, Jackson, hello, we're to contact about 5 miles up from the Lapis to the logo. United 9797 heavy, we're to contact the altitude.
These packs back on the auto.
2,977.
United 9797 heavy, thank you from up direct Pecan, that's Papa Zulu Delta, climbing tank level 230.
Direct Papa Zulu Delta 977.
Got that going.
Delta 5977 Miami Center is flying, frequency change approved.
Unicom for Delta 5977. Good night.
See ya.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Sorry, I'm not. Sorry. Aeronaut 36 Romeo, ready for taxi now.
Aeronaut 36 Romeo, runway 33, taxi via Alpha Charlie.
Alpha Charlie 33. These locations are Aeronaut 36 Romeo.
Aeronaut 36 Romeo, verified this clock is 1631, 1631.
163. Apologies about that.
Okay, not a problem.
6. Alright.
Delta 439, Dex 17, hello.
Perfect. Why does it seem like we're so heavy?
Motion 5075, the wind is strong, runway 16, fly runway heading, pick off, caution, wake turbulence, 777 heavy, departed 3 minutes ago.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16 on departure flight runway heading Blue Street 5075.
Alright. The flight's on. Alright, let's try this again, shall we? Once again, these frames are killing me.
United 9737 heavy, climbing to flight level 400.
Flight level 400, United 9787.
Once again, these frames are
American 1314, Miami Center is closed, frequency change approved.
I understand it looks smooth to you guys, but it's not looking very smooth to me. You know, like a bunch of microstutters.
American 1314, Miami Center is closed, frequency change approved.
good things that we are fully ready for departure. Do you have landing traffic? I did set up FSLCL, but don't have it anymore. Let's take a look at FSLCL. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Route 1660 down for approaching to flight, frequency change approved. So long.
Alright, over to Route 1660. Take care.
See ya.
Let me just do a quick check. So we need to get back.
Departure, District 5075, 1400, leveling off to Dowsing.
District 5075, thank you for the contact from Upper Pecan. That's Papa Zulu Delta, Clementine, flight level 360.
Speeds
Clementine,
are
flight level
138140.
and direct Pecan, Blue Street 5075.
Alright, speeds are 138140, 149er. Alright, hats are on auto, perfect, AP is off, perfect. Where's the button? Let's go back to auto. Good. Into ice, no need to freak into ice. Alright, good. And Air 36 Romeo, fully ready for departure, holding short of 33 at Charlie. Ernie 33, clear for takeoff, 36 Romeo. Alright, get out of here, shall we? And then. Alright. Oh, I haven't reinstalled brass yet. Toga, set. Airspeed live. 80 knots.
80 knots.
Check.
V1 rotate. Positive reincline.
Gear up. In controller, not 36 runways now. Airborne passing 2000. Up to 35, sorry. I think we're in shit. Air not 36 runway. That's a decent departure. Up to 35. After takeoff checklist. Buzz rate, we got gear up, auto brake to off. Engine starts engines. Off. Gear lever to Oh, great. Forgot about that. Alright, see here, climate checklist. Let's just verify the pressure because I don't want to deal with that. Cabin pressure's good enough. But it should be fine. Actually, it should be fine. No. Yeah. Yours be fine. Past 10,000 now. Landing rates off. Looking good. Alright. Significant departure delay, but that's all fine. Let's see here. Descent. They're off good. Here, living stellar now. We are off to Wilmington, Delaware. We are off to Wilmington, Delaware. And I am peckish. You did. Alright. See here. Cruising's gonna be 3.5, not 3.7. Alright. Good news, the cabin's all dealt with, which is all nice. Alright. Time for me to figure out. Oh, that's so much better. That is so much better now. Turn the adaptive sync off. Oh, yeah, that is so much better now. That feels so much better. I'm not seeing any real screen tearing either. So, all right. So it took us an hour and a half to get it airborne. All right, we are passing our transition altitude though, so standard pressure now. Let's see here. All right, we're not looking half bad. I'm curious to see how this looks. Do you have a HUD that we can use? Control, you got time for a question? Right before we departed, we saw an aircraft land. I just want to verify that was real traffic. Roger. Sorry, we just had to reinstall the sim and do a bunch of and do a fresh Windows reinstall, so I'm still kind of setting everything up. Roger, thank you. In that case, we have to do some more settings. I have to deal with some more settings, which I did notice the traffic, so... There's a TWA as well, which is like even more weird, because you never see this on VATSIM. Alright, we can send that guy off, send the centers off. Yeah, in that case... yeah, we'll get to... Alright, in that case what we have to do is we need to, turn off all of the live traffic. Alright, let's see here. Settings. Online. Traffic type off. Alright. We'll see. Alright. Yeah, so I've turned off adaptive sync, but then we're still getting like really, really good frames, to be honest. And we're getting a solid 75 frames per second, and I have this monitor running at 60 hertz, which means 15 of those frames I'm not even seeing. This frame rate's limited, right? Just hit 60. Don't know if they're
Delta 300 clear direct Larry.
Direct Larry, Delta 300.
Service 2861, turn right heading 330, roger, in the runway 35, right localizer.
Left 330 to, or right 330 to intercept localizer ILS 35, right, southwest 361.
That main thread's still getting a little hammered, to be honest, though. And we should be getting only 60, not 75. So, let me see about the setting in the NVIDIA control panel.
Alright, maintain 6300 until established on the localizer, clear for the ILS 35 right approach, southwest 2600.
I don't know why it's 122 decimal white now. Aeronaut 36 Remy. Thanks for help tonight. Good night. Alright. So I still don't know why it's not capping the frame rate, because the monitor's set to 60. Okay, the sim's been told to max out to 60. I've told NVIDIA control panel to max out to 60. I still do not understand why it's still giving me 70. Yeah, because the thing is that main thread's rendering an extra 15 frames beyond what it needs to be rendering. Unless... Let me... I have a theory. Let me set this to 30. Okay, now it's pinned at 60, and it's really, really smooth. Aside from that, which I'll have to do a sim restart when we get there, I think. But yeah, okay, set that to 60. That has now pinned it at 60 frames per second. But then that main thread's still getting a little bit more hammered than I wish it would. Which is even more strange. So, does anyone have any ideas? So, it's getting... In terms of performance, so it's like precisely no difference. Now I'm seeing some artifacts down there. But having it having it locked at 60 is better than having it locked at better than having it go up and down at 75. That said, though, I could probably set the monitor to. I could set it to. Tell you what, here's what we can do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna upgrade that through because the video control panel's not the best at it. I'm gonna set this monitor to 75. Do. Alright, I'm gonna set that to 75. Okay. Then what I'm gonna do is set my max frame rate to what? Half of 75. 37, I think. Yeah, 37.5. I'm gonna max it out on that front right there. If I can get a few more frames, that'd be nice. Allow the main thread to do it at once. And yeah, what we'll do is settings. Put that at 37. Now that's maxed to 74. That artifacting has gone away. It's mainly down here. That artifacting was noticeable. That artifacting has gone away, and actually the main thread is doing even better now. I mean, it was when I was looking at that number a few minutes ago. It was 20. It's like a solid 20, 21, 23. Now it's dipping back into the teens, right? So that is the way to go. So setting the cap at 37. So remember that is half of your monitor refresh rate. Actually, let me set that at 38. Let me see if. Well, actually, no, it's fine. No, it's fine now. Right, and that main thread, it is still getting a little bit hammered, or it's still not doing the best, but I mean, it's still doing a massive amount better than it was, and it still looks. Still looks quite decent actually. So, I mean, setter for experience, looking good. All right, let's see here. Where are we right now? What's our ETA? ETA is 500. Or is 544. All right, I will be right back. I need to go grab a bag of crisps. I'll be back in a few moments. Alright, I have returned for good now. Alright. Got a nice bag of crisps here. Set that to that. And also V-Pallet, I need that to, do that for me. There we go. There we go. Alright. So we're not looking half bad anymore. That's showing, the throttles are showing their position. We're getting you're locked in at 74 frames per second. So, we're not looking half bad anymore. Welcome aboard. Do you have a shooting gun? Start shooting getting some crisps here. Alright, so what I need to quickly do is I need to find out from Seb what the channel overlay is, what the URL for it is again. Um. Let me just send him a message. Great. Great. You're on the gym's floor. Go direct from gyms to Ruth. Morning, Ross. So don't mind me just eating some crisps before we descend into Wilmington. Wilmington, Delaware is where we're about to descend into. And then get some tea as well. How many more to go? We got, including this one, 15 before the end of the tour, which, to be honest, so Joanna has kind of dropped out in a way, in a weird way. She's dropped out. Ben's still in it. Ben's going to be finished within the next day or so. To be honest, I don't know if we can catch up to Joanna because she's 2 days ahead of me right now. And boy, oh boy, the past 2 days have been insane. Last night, or I guess Thursday night, I went to reinstall Windows. And then I guess it was last night, I had a massive headache, so I had to go to bed early. And then I finished setting Windows up when I woke up, and the headache was restored, so. But if we were to take a look, and I don't have OBS fully reconfigured yet either, so I'm gonna just have to drag this over. My words. So we are 65% way done. Right, so today, the goal is going to be to get to Birmingham, Alabama. If not, to Philadelphia. And we may swap this out. We might swap the 737 out for the 319 later. I don't know yet. Anyway, we're in this leg right now. And I know I don't have a thing yet. I'm waiting for Seb to send me the URL again. Because he knows the URL and I don't. And then we're off to Atlanta. Then we're off to Baltimore. Lovely Baltimore, my local airport. Then we're off to Birmingham, Alabama. And then, if time allows, we're going to get to Philadelphia. Though, to be honest, I don't think we are going to be able to. And then, yeah. So, here's James. Barely on, like, James dropped out a while ago, though. He had a hard drive failure, so we're working on, like, 36 right now. Joanna's on 42, so she's a good 2 days ahead of me right now. And then Ben will be done today. I can almost guarantee it. Anyway, that's the current status of all this. And on top of that, first time in the 737 in a while, so I don't fully remember how to land this thing and get a 10. And I hope I'm not forgetting anything. I do have a trusty checklist from Boeing. Oh, I don't know if it's from Boeing, but I do have a trusty checklist right here that I am following. Speaking of, we do have descent in it's saying about 75 miles. So yeah, that is the current status of things. On the bright side, though, the frames are remaining stable. And what I've done with the frames is I've maxed out my frame rate at 34 frames per second. That gives me a maximum of 74. And the logic behind that is frame gen doubles it up, right? So you get a maximum of half your monitor refresh rate. So my monitor's running at 75 hertz, which really 74 hertz, really. Okay. Then I have the computer. So I have the sim rendering at 35 frames per second. Then I have frame gen doubling it up to 75 or to 74. Okay. And out of that, you get a really solid stutter-free system and stutter-free experience. Right? I mean, does the main thread dip up every once in a while? Yes, it does. But it's about as good as you're gonna get, I think. But with that, I did not. People say, "Oh, the latency." It's like, okay, latency in a first-person shooter, maybe the latency actually matters, but in flight sim, it doesn't. Now you have to have frame gen set up correctly. You have to use TAA, and then you have to use either FSR3 or DLSS frame gen, not for the anti-aliasing. And the reason they have to do that is because otherwise everything will be all blurry, especially the flight deck displays. Right. But that's fine. If you were to use something else, though, if you were to use the frame generation, not the anti-aliasing, then your sim, then it looks fine. So, I mean, yeah, using the anti-aliasing make your frames a little bit better? Yeah, they can, but your goals for stable, decent frames, stutter-free, and a smooth experience, while still looking good. You don't need any more than about 75 hertz, right? You don't need any more. Right? You don't need all that extra bullshit. So, yeah, if you look on YouTube, there's actually some really good videos of some people doing it and them having massive success, and I can definitely add myself to the list now. So, right, so we are on the Putmo 3, or check now, the Gyms 4, which sucks. RNAV GPS How do you do an RF approach again in the 737? I'm sorry, I completely forget. It's LNAV and VNAV, right? I think it is anyway. I have to look it up. RNAV approach 737. Altitude to 0. Then VNAV and all that stuff. Okay, good. Alright. Now we need to descend down to an altitude of 1,200 feet level Cajo. And route is not important. Alright. Then Cajo sets us up for what? Next Cajo does set us up for a 10-mile final. Or, sorry, 7.5 mile final. So actually, instead of doing that, we'll just get direct to Cajo, and then at Cajo will be level 1,200 speed 160. Need to descend now. Alright. Newcastle traffic air not 36 Romeo beginning descent now down to an altitude of 2,100 feet via the GEMS 4 Zay transition. Expecting RNAV approach runway 27 Wilmington / Newcastle traffic. $2,100. We'll see how VNAV does today. Usually I don't like the VNAV system in the 7.3, but, or at least in anything but the in-builds, but I'm gonna try it out today. Give it a go. Alright, and then in terms of this, I'll have to go flaps 40, unfortunately. And what that means is, at final approach speed, which is going to be at 5 mile final, which is going to be gusty, we need to be at 147. Then Jevco. And that's above. No, that's going to be 860 feet. Just, no, but 147. So over 860. It already has it in now. Nice. Maintain speed 160 knots until 5 mile miles. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and take a look at this landing data. I don't have the stream deck set up. Max auto. Max. Great. Is it just me, or does the RNAV, or does the auto brake in the 737 work? Very, very shit. At least that's what New Sky think, or not New Sky, SimBrief. Yeah. Let's try the data through here. It has to be a flaps 40 because I don't have a flaps 30 setting. Runway 27. It'll be flaps 3. Or auto brake 3. They gotta give us. I'm at max auto. Yeah, I'll go auto brake max actually. That's what we'll do. Actually not doing that bad of a job. Right, what is the seat frequency? Uh, 126 nothing. And so at gyms, I think it knows what to do with the speed. So you're talking about the 777, right? You're talking about which one, the 737 or the 777? Because the 777, the second you touch the brake, that's when it's supposed to disarm. The 737, I don't know. I don't know about 737. I think the 737, I think you actually have to like manually disable it. So, do you have the parking brake set? Because if the parking brake is set, then that might do it. Yeah, get the parking brake set and make sure that you're not accidentally pressing brakes. Make sure that maybe those ground spoilers are armed, and make sure that you're make sure of all those things. If you're in the 777, if you're in the 737, then I have to start with you. So. Make sure you don't have anything else like overriding it. You're a little off profile, I think. It's just weird. Are we feeling a little on the high side? Yeah, VNAV says it. That's what it's doing. We'll see if VNAV actually knows what it's doing. Because if we can fly VNAV all the way down, that'd be beneficial. In the meantime, though, what's the altimeter? 3003. And then in terms of the borrow is 530. $530 on borrow. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, I just want to quickly check. So, Cajo. Get gyms. I went gyms at 2. Wait, was this from gym? It was extra 20 miles, so I'm going to actually it might be fine. So we're just looking at this. It's so from gyms to Cajo, it's 21 miles, but to descend nearly 4,000 feet and slow our speed by about 80 knots. That doesn't seem that bad. It doesn't seem that hideous. I mean, if it feels steep, that's because these things are steep. But that doesn't seem that bad though. Standard pressure. It's manual throttle landing in the 737, right? Which means this landing is gonna suck. It's been ages since I last did a manual throttle landing. Alright, before I forget, lights to go on. Alright, and the landing altitude? What's the landing altitude? Company policy dependent. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna assume that it's not, because in that case, I'm going to assume that auto throttle landing is pilot's discretion in this case, because if that's the case, then that means it is safe to do manual throttle landing in 737. Alright, runway elevation is 72 feet. That's fine, actually. You can tell it's been a while since I dusted off the rusty 737. Why are we only in TARA? Also, is the delay that bad? It should be ultra low. It shouldn't be that bad, actually. Now, you know what I like about the 737? This. And it's a thing that I feel like the 777 should have as well. But it doesn't. This VNAV descent path, I feel like it should have it. But it doesn't. But the 777 doesn't. And I don't know why it doesn't. Because it's freaking amazing that it has it. Alright, we're gonna also try this with the HUD today. And actually, it is really nice that, actually, this would be really nice. And it even tells you where the airfield is. It even tells you where the airfield is. The HUD is really nice to have. I'm gonna try it out. You're gonna pick up your descent again? Kinda need to pick up your descent again, thank you. Aircraft, you gonna pick up that descent again? Yes, you are. Good. Good aircraft. Got the landing lights on, right? There we go. Alright. Let's take a look at the checklist. Altimeter we have set. Okay. Alright. Let's see. It is RNAV approach, so we can disable. We can ignore that. MCP altitude fine. We have VREF of 142 knots. Okay. MCP altitude is 2100. Check. Anti-ice. None. No anti-ice needed. For the minimums, we have 500. We have 530 feet. I'm seeing that the visibility is 10 miles, with clear skies. That's perfect. Okay, altimeter we have 3003. Yep, checked. Auto brake we have auto brake max checked. Okay, current speed. I never turned off the passenger signs. Perfect. Okay, for the approach. Clear yourselves on the approach standpoint. So, okay. Don't know what that lever is. No, apparently you're supposed to turn the landing gear off. But I can't do that because my controls. Alright, in terms of the course... In terms of the course of this... course for this runway is 268 degrees. 268 degrees. And can we begin to go the first set of flaps, please? Thank you. Wilmington traffic Aeronaut 36 Romeo is currently 19.5 miles from Cajo. At Cajo, we will join up on the RNAV approach. 427, switching to CTAP frequency 126000 now. Wilmington traffic. Wilmington traffic Aeronaut 36 Romeo is reducing now to a speed of 187 knots. We got, roughly speaking, 23 miles touchdown. We're currently about 18 miles from Cajo, Wilmington traffic. Okay. Get the rest of the flaps up in the approach, actually, is what I'm thinking. Okay. Flaps 15. Actually, we can get flaps 10 now. Alright, we are cleared for the approach. And the field is gonna be over there, that's what it's saying. Yeah, once again, we'll try it with the HUD. Don't know how good the HUD's gonna be, but we'll try it with the HUD. Don't know if that's gonna improve my landing or what it's gonna do. I do have the approach. I do have it cleared for the approach. It is an RNAV approach. Which means you have to set that to 0. I think, anyway. I think that's correct. In terms of go around, which is very, very well possible, it is up to 273. Sorry, it is up to 2,000 direct battery via track, 273 degrees, direct to battery to hold, and then from battery you hold at elude. Alright. I'm surprised I don't see the field yet. Oh wait, yeah I do. That's incorrect. Alright. Wait a moment. Yeah, flaps are 10 right now. I'm thinking what I might do is and I'm just thinking about doing this for the 777 as well. I'm thinking I might do is I might add like a really custom curve. Just that way my 5 flap settings hit the ones that are actually used the most often. For example, in the 777, you mean flaps 5, flaps 15. Don't need to do flaps 20 that often. Give me 25 and 30, so I can actually land the 777 correctly on that front, right? And then in terms of the 737, right? Give me 5, 15, 25, and 30, right? Give me 5, give me 0, 5, 15, 30, and 40, right? The 777, or for the 737. Don't know if I'm gonna do that, but that's be a good goal of mine. Wellington traffic air 36 Romeo is currently 4 miles from Kaho at Kyle. Kaho, we will turn final for the approach for runway 27. Newcastle traffic. This is after TTs. Yeah, it is. Noted. I still think the field's over there. No, the field's right there. Right, lights are on. Engines to continuous. Okay. Landing flaps set. Okay. Wilmington traffic air not 36 Romeo turning final now for the approach into runway 27. Wilmington traffic. Gears down, right? Yep. Got the field in sight. Don't know why it's getting off the profile here. Oh yeah, I know why. Right, landing lights are on. They were not for some reason. Perfect. Everything's looking fine now. I just wanna, let's see. Wilmington traffic air not 36 Romeo now 6 mile final. Runway 27. Wilmington traffic. Come on, begin descending, please. It's getting it now. It's getting it now. Give me like 540, please. Oh yeah. Back in the 737. Wilmington traffic air not 36 Romeo. Now 4.5 mile final, runway 27. Wilmington traffic. Go around altitude. It's 2000. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. Chronicle Wilmington traffic. Air 36 Romeo. Short final now. Runway G7. Chronicle Wilmington traffic. Actually, that HUD does help. I think. They're a tad high, to be honest.
Approaching minimums.
Continue approach. Stable approach and resin site. Clear to land. No traffic on the runway.
Minimums.
Room instruct to continue approach.
$300. $200. One seat rate. Seat rate. 30. 20. 10.
Not bad. Aside from these oversensitive rudders. Auto brake disarmed. Okay, those rudders are really, really sensitive. Welcome to Wilmington, Delaware. First time actually landing with the HUD, and actually I found that thing very, very useful. And I didn't really pay that much attention to the approach, but that thing sat us right in the touchdown zone. Wilmington traffic, you're not 36 room, now clear the runway, taxiing to standard choice at our discretion. Wilmington traffic. Let's take GA over here, I think is what this is. Flaps away. That was actually a good landing. First one in the 737 in a very, very long time. Okay, we're just gonna... Alright, let's just park right here, shall we? Alright, let's get that APU on. Okay. Engines off of continuous. Landing lights off. We can keep those on for right now. That HUD really does make a difference, though. Flaps away, good. Alright, we'll see what news guy says about that landing in a moment. Right now, parking brake is set. I'm just waiting on that APU at this point. APU is available. Right, we can go ahead and take this engine shutdown. .92. 9.92. So, yeah, I agree with you. 9.92. For the first time out in the 737 in a very long time, at least the PMTG one, It's been like literally like 2 months. I'm happy with that. And of course, I have to drag it over to show everyone. 9.92. Not bad. I mean, bit firm on the touchdown, but that's fine. All right. Let's get down to Atlanta, shall we? And we'll do the next leg in the 7-3 as well. So I did find that fun. With that said, that before I do that, what I do want to quickly do is I want to add that curve real quickly, or make sure that the curve is there. I do have a dead zone good, and then okay, one of the things I do find nice about Microsoft is they actually backed up the sim settings for me, so I don't really have to do much, at least in terms of all the controls. That's headed in the right direction, correct? Yeah. Let's add that curve. I mean, that's enough of a curve to make a difference. Yeah, and I have that dead zone because I can feel a dead zone in the when I move these. But yeah, okay, I feel like that'll be a little better. Alright, let's get off to Atlanta now. In terms of turnarounds, here's what... Anyone know what we have to do in terms of turnarounds? I think it's flash the flight directors, do the shit up here. So, for example, all that right now. Let's get that APU bleed on. Let's turn off... engines are off, right? Yeah, they are. Alright, let's get all that dealt with. We can turn off the taxi lights for now. I think the rest of it's all in the FMC. We can keep the fuel pumps off because we're about to get refueled. Okay. Yaw dampener stays on, if I'm not mistaken. Turn off the middle hydraulics. Yeah, and then the altimeter, unless the altimeter just literally changed in the past 6 minutes, which it might have, then it's fine. No, I'll start at the end. Before I book it in New Sky, I'm gonna go and start up the engines, or make sure the aircraft gets set up. We're off from Wilmington to Atlanta. Kilg to... We have actually been to Atlanta on this channel before, a few times, but it's been like a year. Let's see here, 737-800. Alright. This next leg is a little bit longer than this previous one. The previous one was by about 100 nautical miles, give or take a few go-rounds. But if you can't land at Atlanta, then I don't know where on earth you can't land at. Alright, flight plan filed. Alright, electronic flight bag. Just need data there. Route. Rest. Set payload, set the fuel, select the route. Oh, it's the maximum ladder weight, 66.36. I'd have to keep that in mind. You can load this up. Activate that route. Departure will be most likely 27. Anyone? Anything else? Once again, sim brief. Add it with the 0-1. The winds do not support that. We went 2-7. No departures. So it's 2-7. Climb via or direct Stoin. Okay. We can get that performance data. It'll be 2-7. Sim brief 35 feet of margin does not work in a 737. Sorry. Disable improve, climb, disable, assume temp, thrust, take off. That's. You can do flap send takeoff. What are the other flap settings that we have access to? So we have 2, 10, 25, 40. In that case, we can do 20. We can do a flaps 25 takeoff. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, though. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Thank you. Alright. Let's see here. We can load that in. I'll go flaps 25 takeoff for this. Alright, and when the takeoff. Okay. Flaps 25. Calculate that. Oh, y'all can't not see this. Alright. No, those numbers do work. And then what's the most recent information? It might end up in a loss on this one. ILG. Alright. New altimeter 3002. Wind calm. Actually, it's not even wind calm, it is actually calm wind. Alright. Alright, I think we are now ready for engine startup. Wilmington traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, stand wherever we are. Startup in position. Wilmington traffic. Alright. Let's get that going. Got. Turn the anti-collision lights. Alright. And to 2425. Take engine number 2 startup, or engine number 1, sorry. Remind me once from air horn to reconfigure the cameras. Forgot to do that earlier. Alright, we can take engine number 1 now. Once again, we gotta wait for the N2. I did! Set the fuel, right? Yeah, we did. I did. There we go. $23, $24, $25. Get the HUD back down since I enjoyed it so much. Alright, initial climb. Oh, what's our cruising altitude again? $38. Alright, go ahead and set our altitude up to 380. Which might take some spinning. Right, heading is 268. Alright, we'll go initial speed of... we can go initial speed 160 again. Alright, LNAV and... Wait, let's turn those flight directors back on LNAV. I don't know why LNAV's not re-engaging. We got VNAV somehow. Is the approachment cleared out? Or is there just continuity? I don't know why LNAV's not wanting to re-engage. I mean, VNAV is fine. Fully understand is I do actually understand that now. There's no star. Oh, well, if that's it, then okay, that's gonna be annoying. There's no star. Or sorry, there's no SID. Ah, that makes sense. Alright. Let's get those off that. Got about 5 minutes before we have to depart. Alright, APU bleed off. We can get the APU off. Those back on. Those guys to auto. In that case, we'll go runway heading up to in that case, we'll just go runway heading in that case. Then we'll throw in direct waypoint in a little bit. Get all those lights on. And I did edit that, correct? Yes, I did. Lining out to perfect. Alright, this could be one very... This is one complex taxi route. What? This is one really complex taxi. It's almost worth just taxiing. Let's see here. Wilmington traffic aeronaut 36 Romeo is going to make the U-turn on Echo, then continue Foxtrot to cross runway 14, continue Kilo, and cross runway 19er, then hold short of 27 at Kilo. Wilmington traffic. Start fucking New Sky. Right, let's do our flight control before we actually do this. Let's be decent. Full up, full down. Check the rudders. Full left, full right. The fap's going. Meantime, let's actually go ahead and begin our taxi. You know, because we're gonna need to cross about 5 different runways, let's just go ahead and get those on now. Alright, we have to do the U-turn, or do the U-turn down here, and we hope we don't have a wing strike. We don't bother about trim here, because I mean, okay, I understand the concept of trim whilst I'm flying a VFR aircraft. I'll happily use trim, but when you're letting the aircraft hand fly itself, or when you're hand flying the aircraft down in short final, that's just too much to worry about. Right, we're gonna make the turn here. Oh, Robbie's about to tune in. He's gonna be like, "Why are you flying this rusty 737?" Because it is rusty, but it's been a minute since I last did it. And next week we're going back into X-Plane, and I don't have any payware aircrafts for X-Plane, so. Wilmington traffic aeronaut 36 Romeo crossing now runway 27 Wilmington traffic. This airport's really not meant for 737s. In case anyone needed to say that. Need me to say that? Wilmington traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo crossing runway 14. Wilmington traffic. There are 3 runways here, and we are crossing every single one of them. I don't mean to get political here, but we are in the land of Joe Biden. Flaps 25 set. Check. I think I know how to take off this thing without the checklist, but yeah, we'll just do it. In terms of shitty taxi, I don't think you can get any worse than this. Aside from Clark giving us a tour around Heathrow. Like he did that one time. Actually, that one time it did make sense though. You were as the final leg of the Round the World tour. We had Clark as our ground controller at Heathrow. And he sent me on a nice little tour. Sent me straight through Terminal 5, then straight on to Bravo, and yeah, it was actually fun. We did a perfect landing in that final leg of the Round the World tour. Wilmington traffic, you're not 36 Romeo crossing now runway 0119. Wilmington traffic. Approach 210. Verify that we are clear. Yeah, we are. We will be clear for takeoff in a few moments. Wilmington traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo via Kilo lining up runway 27. Wilmington traffic. Initial climb 3,000 and up to 380. So I'm doing the cheat a little. I know officially not approved procedure, but shut up. Draw on, good. Alright. Alright. Wilmington traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, take off for now, runway 27, initial climb 3,000, runway heading, then we'll go direct 101 passing 3,000, you'll climb to level 380, and go direct Mike, Oscar, Lima, Wilmington traffic. Rest set. Aeronauts check. Rotate. Gear up. Begin to put some flaps in. Wilmington traffic, you're not 36 Romeo now airborne, passing 2200, climbing now flight 380, turning now direct, Charlie Sierra November, sorry, Charlie Sierra November, Wilmington traffic. Alright. Those are auto good. I'm not used to the fact that this little circle here, this inner one, right there, is the flight directors in this. I'm very much not used to that. Wilmington traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo is airborne out of Wilmington, climbing now, flight level 380, currently passing altitude of 5,500 feet. Final call, Wilmington traffic. That HUD's actually not bad. I actually tend to really like that HUD, to be honest. I mean, is it perfect? No. But at the same time, it's not bad. I mean, it does get you, on the flight directors, a significant amount more. Significantly more. Well, it's live. Alright, let's see here. I want to add... where is it? Browser. Alright, let's get the lights off. Perfect. Let's see here. VS Edge. Right. I need to do, and apologies for the fact that it looks not. The fact that that's blocking that right now. Alright, so what I have to do is I need to Edge. That's right. There is a special link for the channel Beyond VATSIM Edge, or Beyond VATSIM Aviation Edge. I'm just trying to figure it out. Just trying to figure it out real quickly. So that's gonna be there for a moment. Apologies in advance. Actually, for right now, I'm just gonna give it. Right now, I'm just gonna give it to everyone. While it works, and then I'll go ahead and update it in a little bit. Right there will work for right now. Actually, I need to adjust it actually, because that's not right. Width. Width 1000. Actually, no, the width should be a bit more than that. 1200, and the height can only needs to be 300, I think. Actually, the height can even be less than that. The height only needs to be 100, I think. Oh, give me 200 for a start with the height. Yeah. That'll work for right now, though I do need Seb to get back to me on the correct one. You sent me the link that I already know about, but we have a special one. We can do the same pressure by the way. We have a special one that advertises the website, and I forget which one it is. And I've gone back and I've looked, and I cannot seem to find it. Might have to go back into one of my old streams that I was talking about. I might need to go back into one of the old streams. And do it that way. Find out that way, unfortunately that's... let's see. Don't really know where it is. Which means I'm gonna have to, what that means is I'm gonna have to try to continue to experiment until Seth gets back. He's been busy with a lot with school recently, which might haven't had much contact. Alright, let's see. Oh, right, I realize I don't have, I'll have to work about that later. And I don't have... Alright, I can duplicate that side. Actually, yeah. Duplicate that. So you can go side, and then that needs to go and become the E20. And then that gets extended like that. Nope, I'm an idiot. I'm a big fat fucking idiot, because no, I actually have to change this. I have to add a source, not the other way around. Add source, or actually display capture. 20. Okay. To add that, and then to get rid of that, drag that all the way down. Yaha, there we go. There we go. And actually what I'll do is display capture again. Go with the go with main. And what I'll do is I'll just minimize that and put that guy about right there. So while I try to figure this out via the URL, I can just copy back in. Let's see here. Yeah, what I thought, that one doesn't work. I think he... I forget how I did it. Alright, I'm gonna have to pull up some old streams then, because let's see. When was the last time I was talking about it? Does anyone remember? I think I was talking about it with Max, to be honest. Yeah, I think I was talking about it with Max last week at some point. But I forget. I still forget how to do it because it's a custom URL. So, by the way, this is like a free tool that Sub's developed for everyone. You can put in, if you go to vatsimAviationEdge.net, you get this. You get the little bar that I have right now, right? But I have a separate one. I completely forget how to access it. I completely forget how to access it. Is that it? Nope. Ah. I remember this part at the very least. I remember that part. Is it that? Oh. did a comma. I forget. I need sub back. Because I forget this. I forget. Oh, wait, yeah. Maybe. Oh, it got back to me. He said he'll get back to me in 1 or 2 business days. Okay, he didn't say 1 or 2 business days, but he said he'd get back to me in a day. In a day or so. Okay. Yeah, for right now I'll just rock with this one then. Or I'll try to... Or I will continue to try to look for it. Or is it that? No. Is it an underscroll? Nope. Nope. I'll continue to try this. Off-right cruise. How long until top descent? No clue. No clue. We're approaching top. We are finishing the climb now. This seems about right, actually. I don't know. I keep wanting to reach for the Stream Deck, but then I remember that I don't actually have the Stream Deck software reinstalled. So that'll take a minute for me to reinstall. Right, in the meantime though, I need to copy that over to side, or to yoke view. Need to actually, this, right there, I need to put that in the bin. I just realized I made a cup of tea and I completely forgot about it. Let me get the kettle back on. No chance in how I'm gonna drink this tea. Let me pour this out real quickly. Be back in a few minutes. Or be back in like 5 seconds. Remind me to tighten up my faucet back tomorrow. Alright. Let's see. So what I do need to do, though, is I do need to adjust some of these. First off, yoke cam is at the wrong resolution. Should be, I think, that one. Nope. Wrong resolution on that. Yeah, actually, that right there I think is about right. Then I need to... No, it isn't. It's not correct. Oh, so y'all can see the shit on the floor now? Why is it not changing? Fucking OBS. It should be changing. This picture is so clear. There we go. Right, why is it? There we go. There we go. Now let me go ahead and reconfigure this. Which this one here is really easy to reconfigure. It's just a matter of setting the exposure correctly. Good morning to you whoever's tuning in. It is 1:43 in the morning and we are only on our second leg for the night. Which is pretty damn horrendous, but we did get about an hour and a half departure delay out of Charleston due to technical issues. And if that's grumpy, don't worry, I did not do the New Sky flight out of Charleston until my technical issues were dealt with. But we couldn't even taxi because the rudders weren't working. And it turns out, okay, that exposure on that is now, I think, a bit too low. Ah, that's better. Okay. I just need to copy that over. Actually, that did a pretty damn good job. Now, what I might do is change that to 170, see if I can't try to swap those edges a bit. Oh yeah, that's much better. That's better. Alright. So I don't think we have any ATC online for Atlanta. We do not. But there are 7. Really? 7? I'm sorry, no, there's one down. 7 pre-files for Atlanta right now. 7 pre-files. Okay. With that said, though, I see we have a Spirit who just landed via 2-6 left, which means I think we can expect 2-6 left into Atlanta. Yeah. Alright, so I think we can expect 2-6 left into Atlanta, which is what this already has set. Oh wait, no, it has 2-6 right set. Why the fuck did it take 0? Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Did this guy end up in a go around? He did. I got confused there. No, this guy had to go. This landing aircraft went around. Holy. Damn. Alright, anyway, it is. He landed. Wait, what? He landed 2-6. I'm just straight confused. I'm confused in this map. So, he took off. Oh, great. So, okay. I think he landed 2-6 left. No, actually, this is saying it's 2-6, right? That's Fat Sim Radar being weird. It'll be the Aussie 2. Take the ILS 2-6 right. From Haynes. Alright, we can throw that. We can throw all this arrival information in now. Alright. ILS 2-6 right. Via Haynes. Aussie 2 from Flask. We're just looking for no discontinuities, and we're good. Perfect. I say we're out of fuel in the centers. Right, now how much fuel do we have on board right now? So 17.0, what's our gross weight? Wait, what? Oh, I know. Wait, what? Still not right. I know. Oh, I know why it's confusing me. Stand by one. I gotta grab some first. I understand why it's confusing me. It's because it's not in it thinks we're in pounds. It thinks we're in American imperial freedom units, not wonderful metric proper units. So continue setup options simulation, I think. Nope. Aircraft equipment. Maybe it's in displays. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. In terms of fuel, you measure it in kilos, not fucking pounds. In that case, we are well below our maximum landing weight, though. We are well below it. Our maximum landing weight is in the 737-800 is 66.36. Our current gross weight is 65.0, which means we are well below it. And when we arrive, we're still expected to have 6.1 tons of fuel on board, which is fine. I mean, I've landed a 777 at that. Yeah, so we're only estimating to use up about 6 tons of fuel left, or about another ton and a half of fuel. And I thought the VNAV system did very, very well. So we're gonna let VNAV do it. Deal with itself again. That's what I'm thinking. I don't mean... Alright, let's see here. The Board of Peace launches its first war. Let's see. That's not bad, actually. That's some pretty good views. I am liking the 737 again. I'm thinking when we get there, let's give the A3... Yeah, let's get the A320 a go when we get there. That's what I'm thinking we'll do. Because we'll be going from Atlanta to Baltimore. Is the next leg. So, yeah, we'll get the A3... Actually, no. There's only one aircraft that I like bringing to Baltimore. Let's get back in my lovely 772. Morning, Ryan. Morning, Grumpy. It is actually a lot better. It's working a lot better. Yeah, that was definitely a good move. And the screen issue that I had back then, or back before I reinstalled Windows, that's gone now. I don't know if that was a bad cable or if it's bad Windows version, which probably the combination of the two there. But the systems, it feels clean. The system's working correctly now. Haven't had any issues aside from having to reinstall a bunch of software. So I still need to reinstall stuff like RAS and actually RAS, to be honest, I might leave uninstalled. I found that RAS was... I don't know if I'll reinstall RAS. I mean, I spent $30 on it, but that's $30 very well wasted. So... Nope. I have other issues with the Innies. Oh, okay, maybe I'll try the Innies again, but I just don't like any builds as a company right now. To be honest, I don't like PM2G as a company either, but the system step is not there. Have you tried even putting in a pilot waypoint in an A350? Because I tried that. Immediate orange screens. So Singapore to Perth. Nice. That's what, 9,000, or that's like what, an 8,000 or an 8-hour flight, something like that. 7 to 8 hour flight. Oh, 25 hours. Nice. Staying well clear of the Middle East, I see. Actually, I'm curious about that. Vet Simulator. I'm curious. How many people are actually flying in the Middle East right now? I'm curious to see if there's any I'm not seeing any funny business happening right now in the Middle East. At least not on Vatsim. Let's see. You can see everyone still going throughout this like little line here. And then throughout this little line here. I can see that Dubai Tower's online. That's not the way that is in real life right now, because the Iranians bombed it. In case y'all didn't hear, the Iranians bombed some bits of DBX or DXP or Dubai International. Alright, I mean, I'm not seeing any idiots or anyone being fun. I was expecting to see maybe a few Air Force aircraft right now in this area. But I'm not seeing any, so. I don't have the Stream Deck software Python, so I can't even use the Stream Deck, which is right here. And yeah, you know, I'm gonna reinstall RAS, I think. FS2 crew. I keep wanting to reach for the Stream Deck and I keep forgetting it's. Not doing it. I keep forgetting that. I don't have it set up right now. But you know, the system reinstall, that was definitely the right decision. Yeah, it's taken some setup, but definitely the correct decision to make. And I'm happy I spent the past few nights doing it. I'm happy I spent the past few nights doing it. You're not wrong, Ross. You're not wrong. Yeah, I'm happy I spent the past few nights doing it because stuff is working better, stuff's cleaner. The only slight hiccup that I've had so far has been unlocking those extra drives, which thank God Microsoft backs up those keys for you. Thank God they do. And anyway. Zapped. Oh, please. Oh, great. I have to do that later. Yeah, the system's running smoother. That's one of the big things I've noticed. And most importantly, any bad, corrupt software from those hard crashes a month back is now gone. So, definitely the correct decision to make. And I'm very happy that I spent the past few nights doing it. With that said, though, there's still a significant amount of setup for me to do. I still need to set up RAS. I still need to... I haven't even touched X-Plane yet. I mean, I downloaded X-Plane, but I haven't finished. I haven't done X-Plane map enhancement yet. Haven't done... I haven't even launched X-Plane yet, actually. That'll happen this week after we are finished with the 50-state U.S. tour. Which, to be honest, I'm trying to aim to get it done by Tuesday. Which I think it'll happen by Tuesday, or by the end of Tuesday. I still need to. I got Moby Flight set up. What else do I still need to deal with? Still have a lot of scenery to install. I think that's about it. Oh, Stream Deck software. Which, to be honest, I might just skip out on the Stream Deck software, especially if I end up doing this Sim PC this week. Which I think I will. Well, maybe not this week, but maybe next week. I don't know yet. Still kind of reconstructing it. I have any more. Thank you. I'll be a tiny amount. Alright. Level 380, we begin our descent at time 7:22. That gives us about another 18 minutes or so. ETA for Atlanta is 7:53. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad timing at all. Oh yeah, well Ben. I'll pull up the stats actually for you, Grumpy. Actually, right now I'm very behind. The past 2 nights I've gotten very behind. There you go. So Joanna right now is in front by. Did you just do a like? No, she didn't. Joanna's in front of me right now by about 6 legs. And then Ben will finish this up today, no doubt. And I don't see any way of me beating him. And then here I am right now in 3rd place. That we are going to try to at least level the playing field a little. I know that Joanna's not exactly racing anymore. And to be honest, I was trying to. I kind of gave her. I was trying to kind of let her get ahead again. And also, I got bored. So that's why I did the restart or did the Windows reinstall before I finished this up. Anyway, tonight we're gonna get through at least like 40 would be the goal. The next leg is to the home airport, and then we're going to fake Birmingham, and then off to Philadelphia. Then tomorrow night we'll probably get through Hillary through the Clinton airport, if not New Orleans. And then we'll try to finish this up within like the next 3 or 4 days or so. I got today off, as in Sunday off, and then I got Wednesday off. But Wednesday, I actually have stuff to do. I gotta make sure all the paperwork is in order with the FAA. And then hopefully within 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks time, I will know if I'm eligible for my FAA Class 1 medical. I'm still waiting on a letter back from the FAA confirming that my 60-day extension has been approved. Which I think it has. I think I would have found out something. I think the website would have said something different if it hadn't been approved. Why on earth they can't just upload the letter to the website? I have no clue. But that's the United States FAA for you. Using wildly outdated equipment, and it takes them 2 weeks to send a letter. And actually, it gets even worse than that, because I was talking to the psychology people who I have to go see next Sunday. Those people, they straight up told me that it takes the FAA 6 weeks to send over everything. 6 weeks, and they gave me 60 days, and it took them 2 weeks to send the letter to me. So it's like I had no choice but to request the extension. And if they deny it, then I might have to get a lawyer or something, because the consequences for not getting it in are not you are not eligible for it. No, the consequences are more serious than that. So if they decided to deny my 60-day extension request, then I might have to go see a lawyer, because it's not a matter of if you do not get it in, you don't get it. It's a matter of if you do not get in, then you could face legal action, which is stupid. But once again, I do believe that they have approved it. I just haven't. The Postal Service just hasn't given me the letter yet. It did say that they had mailed it out, or at least written it. But anyway, I've been told that that it's only under rare circumstances that they've not approved the extension. So, anyway, Top descent is 80 miles. And in this thing, which I found that the VNAV system in this rusty aircraft was actually pretty damn good. So I'll let VNAV descend us. Alright, 119, 100. There we have that in standby frequency. In terms of this landing, wait, we can land in the 737 with flaps 15? That's news to me. We'll go flaps 40. That's flaps full. Now, Grumpy. No, I haven't in the 737, which I don't think you'd expect. I have a HUD, and it actually helped me out significantly into Wilmington earlier. Not every 737 has one, but it was nice to use. It does actually kind of move with your eyes, you know what I mean? What are the frames looking like right now? Because they should be solid, and I can feel that they are very nice. So Grumpy, take a look at this. Getting a pretty much solid 74 frames per second. Or near solid. The main thread's still getting a little hammered, but it's still doing it. Everything's in the green for the first time ever. Now, I haven't tested this out with the Phoenix, but everything's in the green right now until you switch over to that view, in which it goes away from the 65 or from the 74 locked. But it's still in the green. Rather, I don't think I've ever had that. I am curious to see how those settings hold up going into Heathrow, though. Because going into Heathrow, that's very different. And I have reinstalled the any shit scenery for Heathrow. Even though I was really, really tempted not to. I was really, really tempted not to reinstall anybody's Heathrow. But I did reinstall it because of GSX. But I was really, really close to not doing it. Right. Top descent in 58 miles. The Atlanta altimeter is 3012. Don't know why it's not showing up on there, but that's fine. 3012. Alright. 10 statute miles. Visibility clear. Temperature 22. Dew point 07. Yes. Now, in terms of this descent, it's the Aussie 2. 14,000 level Aussie. Oh, wait. Landing east. Okay. If we're landing east, then that means... No, we're landing west. which means we need it to be 1 to 12,000. And it's max 250. 250 knots. 12,000. Execute that. And then it is down to Kalia at 9,000. That works fine. Then we are landing to 6. Alice. 2-6. We're taking 2-6 right. So I'm just looking at the charts here. 2-6 right. Oh wait, I see different chart. So for 2-6 right, it is 5 at or above 5,000 level ROM. Wait, what? Seeing Zelo. Oh wait. Wrong way. At or above 5,000 level Haynes. Okay, good. Then, in terms of the approach, 5,000 level sail. No, they do want us 5,000 level Haynes actually. And then Haynes sets us up for 15-mile final-ish, 12 to 15-mile final. So in that case, I want 180 at Haynes. Okay. And then Bamboo, they went as 4,000. At that point in time, we are on the ILS approach. Right. In terms of the stuff here, the ILS is going to be 110.1. Right, and then in terms of the VOR frequencies, right, it'll be 275 on the heading. Don't know why that's 2.6 when it's 2.7 runway. Actually, if anything, it should be 2.8, but okay. I guess I do understand it from the standpoint of you got like 5 runways, and then how long of a runway is it again? I think it's like a 10,000 footer. Actually, no, it's only 9,000 feet on 2.6 right. Auto brake 3 will be fine. Alright, initial descent is down to 12,000. Let's put that in and then we can let VNAV do it. Do its thing. There's a lot of twiddling this dial. Seb sent me a message and I still need to respond to it. 12,000. Perfect. Got that in. Alright, and the iOS, that's set appropriately. And what's the VOR again? Should be a VOR for this. Yep, I did a Windows reinstall 2 days ago, Thursday night. I thought it was about time, and it definitely was, because stuff was not working correctly. No, actually, the latency issue, that's fixed by a setting on YouTube. No, the latency setting, that's a setting on YouTube. YouTube gives you 3 different latency settings. They give you ultra low, which is what I have set now, but you just can't use 1440p closed captioning and 4K on. Then you got low latency, and then you got normal, and we were on normal. So, funny that I reinstalled Windows. I reinstalled Windows due to corrupted. Actually, due to straight up Windows being corrupted, if I'm being honest. Atlanta traffic around 36 Romeo beginning descent now down to altitude 12,000 feet. We are expecting let's approach runway 26 right on the Aussie 2 from Flask. Atlanta traffic. Yeah, but yep, this is the 737. No. The thing is, though, with Windows, I had run the repair tool several times. I had run the repair tool. I had done the quote-unquote Windows reinstall from itself, and stuff was still a little broken. Which is why I realized that I had to reinstall Windows, and thank God I did. You have to remember that doesn't... Running in the Windows repair tool, it doesn't usually fix everything. In fact, it's actually known for not really doing anything. But I did run it, and didn't do a very good job, because I still had issues afterwards. Meanwhile, I have had precisely 0 issues, so... Yeah. Yeah, either way, I reinstalled Windows, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy that I did it. Because it also gives you a nice, fresh, clean installation without any of the shit you install and then you forget about. So, yeah, I think I've used that in the past, but no, I think there were driver issues, right? There's a lot of I'd run basically every repair tool that Windows has to offer, aside from the command-based ones, and I'm happy that I spent the past few nights reinstalling. So, all in one. Yeah. Either way, it's not that big of an inconvenience. It's not that big of an inconvenience to reinstall Windows, especially when you do it often. I actually just had to reinstall Windows on the Macintosh, which is currently in pieces, because I'm reassembling it to make it more useful to me, so it can become a streaming PC. But the reason I had to reinstall Windows on that one is because it wouldn't update, because it said, "Oh, something's wrong," and yeah. And I hadn't used it in like a year and a half, so. It said, "Oh, your computer's not compatible with Windows 11," when it was literally running Windows 11. And it would not update to the most recent versions. That's what you get. That's what happens when you don't use a Macintosh or use a Windows installation for a year and a half. You actually have to. You do actually have to reinstall Windows at that point. Right, this thing is doing very, very nicely on the descent path. This thing's doing very, very nicely in terms of speed and everything. On the bright side, though, when it comes to the sim, you're getting a nice, solid 73 to 74 frames per second, and everything is in the green. Which is amazing. David, aeronaut. A virtual airline that I play a very big role in is David's airline. I give him loads of free advertising, by the way. Alright, progress. A PDB waypoint. What? If you're talking about like a pilot waypoint, then I've done that. I know how to do that in the buses. Oh, place bearing distance. I do not actually. I have never tried that. I do know how to do fixes. So let's see here. Try and grab any waypoint. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Then do waypoint / radial. So let's say you wanted. Okay, so no. Waypoint / waypoint radial. Okay. So let's go 180. And let's say 10 miles. Ooh. That's interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. I'll have to, yeah, there's definitely been times in which, especially in the buses, because I don't fly the 737 that much. There have definitely been times where I have used pilot waypoints in the buses, and if I was flying the 737, that would very much help. Thanks for that knowledge. Actually, I'll just go ahead and take a photo of that before I forget. Really, I have a hard time imagining that there's a simpler version than that. I have a very hard time imagining that. Oh, we can be going. We can be going. 280 right now. We can be going 280 knots. There's no reason to be doing anything less than 28. Wait, what? I beg a button. Alright. Okay, waypoint slash. Okay. Negative is for the waypoint. Plus is for efforts. Okay, type waypoint slash. I don't understand that. Okay. What's the hashtag supposed to be? Is the hashtag supposed to be okay, the hashtags are supposed to be distance in nautical miles. First, okay. And then where do you go with the heading though? Because surely you need heading for that. Surely you need a heading. Ah. So, let's say that slash 5. 5 plus. Okay. Wait. Okay, let's try Harry. Slash 5. Plus. Paste it. Okay, paste it over Harry. Invalid. Oh wait, I see now. Minus. It's doing. It's thinking it's 50. Wait. Slash. Minus 5. Yeah, the next waypoint is a state. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but obviously that makes sense. But okay, that's interesting. Actually, that'd be real useful at times as well, because especially for the approach, which we're gonna tell the aircraft the speed for the approach with this one, right? If waypoint A is 50 miles from waypoint B and you try to enter, yeah, that makes sense. Especially on like approach stuff, right? Where a lot of times the approach you'll want to do like speed 160 knots until like 4 mile final, right? Or let's say you want to go like 180 knots until 9, and then after that 160, right? I feel like that would be really helpful, especially if a lot of the approach, especially since a lot of approaches don't have those waypoints necessary in order to just program that in. So that is actually really good to know. I'm gonna take a photo of that. So use it for some brief times. That makes sense. That would make sense. Alright. What are we down to next? Down to 9,000 next. Before we get past below 10,000, let's do our checklist. Alright. And I'm going to make my own checklist at some point that works for me. Because I'm going to forget stuff with the stream otherwise. There's a lot of stuff here that I don't really need. And there's some stuff that I want to add to these checklists. Alright. Approach checklist. Altimeter, we have that, 3012. Localizer frequency. The localizer frequency, I have 110.10. That is indeed 110.10. For the course, I have 275. That is correct. Even though it's for 26, right? Okay. Approach. We can arm the approach. Even though we are still quite far out. Okay. Now we do need to set the borrow still. The borrow is going to be 1190. Yep, that's the 737. It is the rusty 737. You know, because I'm lazy. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Okay, in the 777, you can type in you can control this thing here, through the FMC. Apparently, you can't do that in the fucking 737, which means I'm going to be twiddling this dial for forever. So the minimums are 1190. Oh wait, it's only go up another 100. It's nice to have the inconsistencies between aircraft's PNG. Very, very nice to have all these stupid inconsistencies that you don't need. Right, we're down to 9,000 next. Atlanta traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo descending now at altitude 9,000 feet. Atlanta traffic. Right, and our landing altitude is actually 1,000. How Boeing didn't even change. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, having to twiddle the dial for forever? Yeah, that's stupid. I just love it. I just love the bus from that standpoint, because in the bus it's as simple as you type in what it is and it just knows, right? I think you're right as well, actually. It's been ages since I last flew 787. Which hopefully we're gonna get a decent one by the end of the year. Hopefully, that is. I mean, even if it's any build's quality, I mean, I can probably get past... I can probably look past it even if it's any shit quality. Because any shit quality, it is usable. And people have had success with any shit quality in the past. And Grumpy, I know, has had a lot of quality with... Or a lot of success with any builds. Someone new... That's the thing, though. Someone new... Vector... A330 driver put out a video of it on his channel. But apparently the person who's developing it has worked with some of the bigger people, including AnyBuilds and a big modeling group. Was it Puraguay? Or Piracy? I forget. But someone who's made some pretty decent scenery in the past, someone who's actually working with P&G with when it comes to the modeling. But apparently, whoever this weird developer is, apparently, they've been in this industry for a minute now. Anyway, go watch A330 Driver's video on it, because I thought his video was very, very well done. Being very skeptical about everything. Alright. Next altitude is down to 8,000. Actually, yeah, it's... actually, no, down to 5, actually. But this will be it'll be this developer's first real thing in the industry. But supposedly it's been in development for the past year and a half or so. Which it'll be nice if they can give us a bit of a better 787 than what we currently have. Because I know that some Grumpy West driver would actually happily fly a 787. Okay, I don't know if he'd fly one, but I know he's expressed some interest in the past of potentially flying one. Saying it'd be the only Boeing that he were to fly. To get the landing lights on. Let's get everything on, actually. Tell it. Quick direct seal. Zelo. Atlanta traffic air not 36 runway proceeding now direct Zelo, descending now altitude 5,000 feet. Atlanta traffic. And Atlanta traffic air not 36 runway is currently expecting altitude runway 26 right. Atlanta traffic. Surface wind 290 degrees 5 knots. So am I expecting this new 787 to be PMTG quality? No, I'm expecting more of the lines of maybe any builds, but something is better than nothing. Give me something over nothing, please. And I give any build a lot of hate with a lot of things, but their aircrafts are useful for a lot of people. We are clear for the approach, right? Yeah, we are. So. Yeah, so actually, I used the heads-up display arriving into Wilmington earlier, and it was nice. It was nice, so. Grumpy and I have both been there, and to be honest, I don't use it. I don't use it anymore. I've had crashing issues with it previously as well, but Grumpy has had issues. Atlanta traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, turning final now on May 26 right, sending now altitude 4,000 feet. We'll reduce to speed 180 knots until 10 mile final. Atlanta traffic. Approach mode on. Keep the gear down. So we can bleed off some speed. Yeah, trust me when I say it, I've been there before. Not as bad as some other people, but I have had my fair share of issues with it as well. More flaps. On traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo is currently a 15-mile final, runway 26 right. Switching CTAF frequency now 119.100 Atlanta traffic. Atlanta traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo is now the 14-mile final. I will switch runway 26 right. Atlanta traffic. Grumpy, what did you do in particular to get it to work? I think you did something weird with the bosom folder, if I remember correctly. Because you didn't just reinstall it. You had to do extra stuff in order to get it to work. If I remember correctly. Alright. The gear is down. More flaps. Atlanta traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, 12-mile final, runway 26 right. Atlanta traffic. Currently level 4,000. The glide slip up in a moment. Alright, how do I do this again? I'll just did it automatically for me. Maintain speed 160 knots until 5 dB. Alright, auto rec 3, and unfortunately I can't arm the ground spoilers because I don't have that setting configured. So not for the 7.3. For the 777 I do. And to be honest, I don't know if that includes the 772, which is what I mainly fly. So Nations, it's actually, so lastly the 77300 actually. Alright. Engines to continuous. Lights are on. Let's get the APU online whilst we're on the approach. Alright. Landing checklist. Go around altitude. In case of go round, it is up to 4,000. Okay, go around altitude is check. Gears down. Flaps full. Alright. $137 knots. Or sorry. No, 144 knots. Line of traffic aeronaut 36 Romeo is now roughly 4 mile final, runway 26 right. Line of traffic. Yeah, get the APU on now, and then when I land, I don't have to worry about it like I usually do. Alright. It is a little bit, but it is actually fine. But I guess it is technically supposed to a little. Right. My controls. Final quad land on traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo landing now, runway 26 right. Final quad land on traffic. Your tad off.
500. Approaching minimums.
Continue.
200. Minimums.
Continue approach.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Not bad. It could be a tad better, but I could have gotten off there. Whatever. Gotta break off. I can go away now. That one is about as well as the most previous landing did. Atlanta traffic, aeronaut 36 room now clear of 26 right. Stand by for taxi. Alright. Where are we off to? Alright, we're gonna cross 28 right at Bravo 2. And we'll just continue on, we'll just continue straight ahead to the ramp. Hopefully that they don't give you any taxi or any, like Alpha or Bravo when it comes to the ramps here. Um, we'll just enter ramp 2. Atlanta traffic are not 36 roaming taxiing via Bravo crossing 08 right at Bravo 2. Then continuing straight ahead to ramp 2 for parking. Traffic. Yeah, I know. I am actually gonna get to the stands today. Well, the previous airport I didn't get to a stand, but that's also because I don't think they had any stands. Because Wilmington's not really like a commercial airport. It's more of it is very much a like general aviation airport. But I did taxi someplace outside of the immediate taxiway off the runway. Alright. I feel like this looks better than it did last time I was here. I feel like it looks a little better than it looked last time I was here. But then the last time I was here was actually not in 2024. It was actually in 2020, actually. I think, anyway. But this does not look the way it used to look. I think the last time I was here was like a year ago. See you, Crumps. Alright. Let's continue straight ahead. Yeah, this is a lot better than it looked last time I was here. So this is a lot better than default, or than old default. Alright. So we are going to go ahead and get out of this thing. We're going to fly the 777 next. I do miss it. Take this stand here. So you don't accidentally blind any ground personnel. And I do have GSX, but I'm choosing not to use it because GSX at these default airports I find it's not that reliable. Alright. Let's get off engine power. Perfect. Alright, what is the damage? No, it was a 10. Though it made a loss. It made a loss for the virtual airline, but that's not my fault. That's News Guy's fault. Thanks, News Guy, for causing us to get a loss. A loss of nearly 3 grand as well. Ouch. But you know, that's not bad. That's really not bad. Alright, let's restart the sim. And let's go ahead and get in the 777, shall we? There's only one aircraft that I actually like bringing into Baltimore. That being the 777. Plus, who doesn't like the 777? 777's amazing, especially the 772. All right, I'll give the sim an extra minute. Meantime, I do have the aeronaut liveries installed for the 777, correct? I do. Perfect. Alright, and I do have the PU Connect software. And the reason that I need the PU Connect software is for this little light panel. Which, actually I don't even have that plugged in right now. Just trying to diagnose issues earlier before I had to restart. Now it is. Alright, we are the next airport that we're off to is my home airport. I live about roughly about a half an hour drive from it. I've been there several times in the past. And we fly there, or we aim to fly there at least once per week. At least once or twice per week. The next airport we are off to is lovely Baltimore. Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall International Airport. Which is really only international because BA now. BA and Copa Airlines. We used to have Play, but then Play went under. As a bit of a surprise. So really, we only have customs, or really it's only an international airport because of BA now. BA and Copa. And we also have Iceland. Alright, the first thing we need to do though is we need to check our controls. Before we get out of Atlanta, we have to check our controls. And at Atlanta, are there any domestic heavy gates? Not seeing any. Which means we're going to be stand Echo 10, it looks like. That's what we're going to aim for. Alright, let's see here. 777. Perfect. Atlanta. These are all heavy gates, by the way. These are, at least according to SimBrief. These are all heavy gates. Alright, V-Pilot. Connect. B772. Charlie. And oh shit, I forgot about all this. BMDG setup. Load cold and dark ground power unit. I need to execute that, and then shit, I forgot about all this. See a Danish dude little. That's not, I think, the way you say that. IRS options, realistic. Turn that fuel quantities on. Oh great, I have to, despite I intentionally have not booked News Sky yet. Simulation. Yes, before you go, I am watching. Turn on high idle inflator. Alright. Well, parking brake is realistic. Panel load cold dark ground power unit. I forgot about all that. See, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, let's try this again. To get all those. Deer is on. Emergency lights to arm. We can wait off on the APU for a moment. Actually, no, we can't. The APU online. And wait for these screens to come up. And then... New flight, X-ray, November, Oscar, 36 Romeo. Apart from Atlanta to Baltimore. In Golf Yankee Mike Mix here. Generate flight. Pre-file. VATSIM. And I always press the button about 15 times. Alright, real quickly, I want to verify that that's working. That appears to be working as well. Alright, just waiting on these systems to fire up. In the meantime, FMC is a net. Oh, great, it's not even. In the meantime, we need to set up some views. Chase plane to the rescue. Alright, there we go. Alright, GPS position, we can copy that over now. Route request. Would help if I were to get this. Route request, sim brief, set payload, set fuel, select the route. Activate that. Load the route. Get all that in. Just love this thing. Forms in it. And accept that. Thrust limitation. Alright, what are we using for departure? 27 right. Via the Jack 2 from Kellen. 27 right. Via the Jack 2. We're taking that from, we're taking that until Kellen. Get route. Take off. I have first. So let me go into the restroom real quickly, and then because everything else should be set up, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Alright, I'll be right back. See my other one. Alright, back. Alright, in terms of this takeoff, let's take a look here. I know that this camera is not exactly correct, and I don't know how to fix it, aside from reboot the computer. We can do that. Even with improved climb, we still have plenty of runway. Actually, we can disable improved climb. I think we all know that. I think that that's stupid. Thought I told you to disable improved climb. Wait, no. Alright, in terms of our speeds, it'll be flaps 5 takeoff. Route takeoff. No, what's the CTAF frequency again? CTAF frequency is 119,100. Let's see here. It'll be flaps 5 takeoff. Okay. Assume temp 49. And then thrust limitation is takeoff -1. It's 49. That gives us our speed. And what are the winds again? The winds are 300 degrees 5. Reference the current METAR says altimeter 3011. Alright, 3011 with a temperature of 11. A lot of 11s today. Alright. So what that means in terms of our speeds. Apologies for hitting the microphone with the headset. It is actually I can confirm these speeds because these speeds are fine and well within range. Why is our course? Wait. Oh, I know why. Shit. G setup. Options. Right now it's aircraft equipment. Actually, not. No, it's displays. Kilos fixed. There we go. Still setting up a few things here, unfortunately. Are the AP running correct? Yes. Get those on. And we can book the new sky flight now. Since I'm like fairly certain that stuff's working now. You're off to the lovely Baltimore Washington International Airport. 772. My Rolls Royce engine one. Oh wow, it's a full flight actually. It is a full flight. Alright. Three, 5. Oh wait, no, 30. Okay. It's not bad. I only want Atlanta right now. I have a hard time living. No, there's a few of us. Including one person who I do believe is turning in there. Or who was. I can see the traffic that we have here, right? FSLTL is working, right? There should be an aircraft right there, and I'm not seeing them. Nope, I got the whole place to myself. I got literally the whole place to myself right now. Alright. GSX, begin to working magic, please. Don't know why Southwest would have a tug big enough for a 777, but okay. For those who don't know, Southwest only operates 737s. And they're kind of... They're like a Ryanair, but they're better. Alright, just need to get the wind data real quickly.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Noted. To be honest, so am I. Okay. It'll be up to 410. Flight directives on. LNAV and VNAV on. Oh, fine.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
I'll cut you in a bit, bud. Oh, fine. Actually, do you actually want to get up here? Fine, get up here.
Locking gear.
You better not try to get down immediately. No, you get to sit right there. Alright. Let's get these fuel pumps on. Yeah, we won't have anything in the center, an idiot. Them hydraulics on. Go nose right. Yeah, no, check.
Release parking brakes, please.
1 second. Let me just release the ground power and remove the shocks.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Atlanta traffic, you're not 3-6 Romeo, stand Echo 2-8. Push and start facing south. Atlanta traffic. Alright. Let's get these lovely engines started, shall we? And there should be an aircraft. Should be Delta. And just, yes, FSLT is working. Have I reinstalled the Boris sounds yet? I don't know if I did.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
I can confirm that.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
And it's 14 point alpha for 27 right. Via Lima and Lima Alpha. Meantime, flight controls check. Full down, yeah, full up, full down. How's that? Yeah, that should have that curve still. Full left, full right.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Spoilers are indeed correct. Spinning on them flaps, get a 230. These are on good. Atlanta traffic, you're not 36 Romeo taxiing now. Holding point Lima Charlie for runway 27 right via Lima and Lima Charlie. Atlanta traffic. Alright. Go flaps 5, please. Let's get out of here, please. My lovely 777. Nothing beats this thing. I'm sorry, nothing beats this thing. Not a single aircraft in the sim will ever replace my 772. I'm sorry, everyone. That's the way it is. If I had a wife, I'd love this thing more than that. Or more than that person. I'm sorry, nothing will beat this. Just gotta caution the wingtip clearance there. The 772 is always gonna be amazing. Alright. Lights are on. Not because we are about to enter the runway area. Just get everything on. You know, I'm just sorry, guys. Nothing's ever gonna be flying the 772. Not in 1,000 years. Bum bottom bum bottom bum bum bottom bum bum bum. So I did actually enjoy flying the 737 earlier. That thing might come out of the hangar. Or that thing is probably going to come out of the hangar a bit more. I did enjoy it. It's been a while since we last used it. But I did enjoy it. I did thoroughly enjoy it. Bye-bye, Atlanta. Most crowded airspace in the world. Supposedly, even though it's not. Atlanta might be the busiest airport in the world, but Heathrow is by far more packed. The London airspace is by far more packed. You have Atlanta, you only have Atlanta, but in London you have Stansted, Luton, Manchester. You have Dublin in that area. You have actually you don't have to worry about Shannon there, but you have Paris. You have to worry about. You have Heathrow, Gatwick. You have like 15 different airports in that same area. Oh yeah, you also have London City that you have to worry about, and all that traffic's all trying to descend in the same area. So, all right. Atlanta traffic, Air 36 Romeo via Lima Charlie, lining up runway 27 right. Atlanta traffic. Let's draw on. Good. Strobies are on. Good. Shut up, we're fine. Alright, bud. Actually, you'll be fine. Atlanta traffic, Air 36 Romeo, takeoff now, runway 27 right. Jack to Kellen transition departure, up to flight level 410. Atlanta traffic. Take off. Eighty knots. V1 and rotate. Pause rig gear up. Atlanta traffic, Air 36 Romeo Heavy, now airborne out of 27 right, climbing now past 3,000, climbing now flight level 410, final call on CTEP Atlanta traffic. Alright. Atlanta traffic, Air 36 Romeo, climbing out of 27 right, up to flight level 410, Atlanta traffic. So, cleared. Direct. Shut. Atlanta traffic, Air 36 Romeo Heavy, turning now, direct shut. That is Sierra Hotel Uniform Tango Tango. Atlanta traffic. Oh, that's amazing. Nothing beats a nice 772. Nothing does. Nothing ever will. I need to remap that button. Bye, Atlanta. Once again, nothing beats a nice 772. Is that Delta still on the ground there? It looks like they just pushed. Alright, we passed 10,000 now. Landing lights off, taxi lights off. Looking good. Off direct to Baltimore now. Alright. Whilst we're cruising to Baltimore, I do need to take a look at fake Birmingham and just make sure that it is 772 capable, because the current goal is we are going to land at Baltimore and take the yeah, we're going to land at Baltimore and then we're going to go off to Birmingham, off to fake Birmingham. And yes, it's fake Birmingham, not real Birmingham. CIKO? KBHM. I think there's only, to be honest, I think all the challenging airports are most likely done. Oh yeah, this thing's definitely 777 capable. There's no doubt about that. No, this thing's definitely 777 capable. I mean, 12,000-foot runway. Seriously. I think it's actually a cargo. Actually, if I remember correctly, that's where Airbus used to manufacture buses, actually. Especially like the A220, I think. I think it used to be in Birmingham. Birmingham, Alabama. Once again, fake Birmingham. We all know where the correct Birmingham is. What is up with the US and us stealing names from everyone? Us bloody bastards. Let's see here. So, what's our ETA? 9:46 is Zulu. It gives us an hour. I think the goal for tonight's going to be up to Philadelphia, which will land us about 9 a.m., which is fine. That'll be the goal. Up to Philadelphia tonight, and then tomorrow night. As far as I can get, as long as I get to bed by about 6. By about 4:35. Oh wait. Damn, I have to be down 4:30. What's my schedule again for Monday? Loading. Yeah, 2 to close. Ouch. Alright, let's see here. Passing 270. Good. Alright, report one. What can we expect? 3-3 left most likely. Yeah, there'll be 3-3 left. 3-3 left from Cools. It'll be Eyeless today. Eyeless 3-3 left from Cools. Raven 8, Thimp. Not bad. Not bad at all. You know, we should really go to Atlanta more often. Should really go to Atlanta more often. Alright. I'm gonna finish this back for Christmas real quickly. I'll still be here. Morning, Joanna. You know, crisps for right now. Sour cream and onion. They're very, very addictive. Gotta be really careful with them. What's my ETA right now? 9:46. That's not factoring in the arrival though. Alright. Departure, arrival. I was thinking 3-3 left. It's Arkansas. You're on your way to I thought you were on your way to Miami. What? No, you're going, damn, you're ahead. Damn. I'm behind. I am behind. Because I decided to reinstall Windows and then I decided to get a headache. Alright. In that case, I'm going to have to do at least one more leg than previously planned for tonight. So planning on getting to Philly, but need to do one more leg. Yeah, this is my third, and I got plenty of energy to go for another few. Like, oh. I should get to, Jackson. Don't know if that's gonna happen, though. Because that's a 900 nautical mile leg. Now, I slowed down because I needed a small break, and I decided to spend that break reinstalling Windows, which is actually a very, very good idea. Everything's working much better. In addition, allows me to deal with wrong button. Are you going to finish then today, out of curiosity? Because you might finish. I mean, what, you got 8 legs left? 7 after this one? Oh, fair. You might actually beat me for the second time. You might beat me for the second time because I decided to reinstall Windows. But on the bright side, I'm getting a solid 74 frames per second. And that's not... I mean, that does dip every once in a while, but that hasn't really been changing. Yeah, well, I've been getting this week is my second 6-day work week in a row, and thank God I have today off, and then I have Wednesday off as well. But I had to fight to get Wednesday off. And then next Sunday, I get to be up at frickin' 6 a.m. and I have to drive about an hour and a half away, including through DC traffic, to a place that I don't really... I've been in that area before, it's been a very long time. But next week next week maybe I'll find out. Oh, wait. Okay. We both stopped racing, but then we didn't. Or, I mean, obviously Ben's gonna win today. Like, I can guarantee you that, but I was still trying to get there before you, but I think you're gonna I think you're gonna actually get there before me. Unfortunately. I mean, you never officially called the race off, but you did. But we did kind of both slow down significantly. Agree that the quality was more important. Actually, what if I were to go all day today? What if I were to go all day? No, I can't do that. No, I think I'm gonna get to Philly tonight, and that'll be it. And then tonight, I get most likely to New Orleans. Yeah, 6 hours. And unfortunately, I mean, you could have gone LAX to it, but that would only make like half an hour difference. So, though, to be honest, what I would have done though, I would have started out at Hawaii actually, and then ended in Alaska. That's personally what I would have done. But I can also understand the idea of go from Alaska, start in the cold, and then end it off in Hawaii. Yeah, but then I feel like that a lot of people would. I feel like then a lot of people will get to like the final leg and then just decide not to finish it. So. But I do understand what you mean, though. I do understand that. Yeah, well, mainland is a shit show right now. Actually, the entirety of the U.S. is a shit show. What's happening on VATSIM with Dubai right now, or that whole area? No realism going on in the. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. I take that back. Well, still, no realism going on in on VATSIM today for the Middle East. I mean, Dubai Tower was online earlier. In that airport right now is closed, and kind of in mayhem after Iran bombed it. Oh, well, I both understand it. I mean, last year with that Heathrow outage, they didn't close Heathrow. I mean, people want to fly where they want to fly, and maybe some people were like planning like we're waiting like all weekend to fly to Dubai, right? I mean, I do understand it, but still though, still. I mean, remember last year with the Heathrow outage, they never did it. And what? Damn, Heathrow's busy. Actually, that's not busy for Heathrow. I've seen Heathrow 1,000 times worse. Let's see, that's London Control. Yeah, that's not actually that busy for Heathrow. I have seen Heathrow much busier in the past. Still, that's only. I've seen it also a lot better. This week we're back on the oceanic routes. Sorry, routes. Alright. See that someone's pre-filed a flight plan in an A380 from Dulles. Even though they don't actually fly, even though BA doesn't actually fly A380s into Dulles anymore. Now the question is, when I get to Baltimore, do I be lazy and not taxi all the way around and just take a little stand over here? I'm not landing on any taxiways. Hell, New Sky bashed me for what it thought to be an off-line landing at Bradley 4 days ago. And it bashed me so hard. I mean, it took my score down from what would have been a 10, and should have been a 10 in my view, to a 9.1. And you have to look back at that landing. That landing was in no way off center line. Okay, it was maybe a tiny bit, but it wasn't anywhere near what New Sky claimed. I mean, I have had worse landings, and it's given me 10 before. In that approach, I mean, the winds were all over the place on that approach. All right, we are on the Raven 8. ILS 33 left from cools. Imp. Transition. Okay, only technically. That's all you can do with it. Because PMDG wanted to add an Easter egg, that's why. They wanted to pay off their massive loan with their major cups of coffee for making pens. Their $30 cups of coffee. Or whatever however much they charge for it. Oh no! I can guarantee you that it's the junk you get from bloody Starbucks. And in fairness, Starbucks cups of coffee are like fucking $15 here. I think I know where they're getting their cups of coffee from. Fucking Starbucks. You know, I can go to Dunkin', and Dunkin' has much better coffee for, like, $2. I have both around me, and, I much prefer Starbucks. Or, sorry, much prefer Dunkin'. That's a new thing that I'm just noticing. And that's also a new thing. I didn't know you could hide the tablet like that. Yep. Yeah, don't forget about that. So I was at Craig's last year in the UK, and damn, those sandwiches were cheap. There's a breakfast was cheap over there. Breakfast here in the US was like $10. Over there it was like $5 for like a coffee and a donut or something. Very, very affordably priced. Not according to me and David. I actually found them to be quite nice. Better than a lot of the food we get here in the US. Alright, we'll go flaps 30 landing. I can see it from that point. I can see it from that point. Speaking of this month, I need to book flights over there. Well, it is better than Dunkin' here in the US, and I thought they were pretty good. When's it top drop? 9:17. I don't remember the I don't know the bar off the top of my head for the ILS. Damn it. $343. 343. Oh, the U.S. food quality. To be 100% honest, if Europe were to take a fine-tooth comb to our food industry, basically everyone would be going to prison. Everyone, aside from the workers who serve it. I mean, basically everyone would be going, especially high up, like the FDA and stuff. They'd all be going to prison. If Europe were to, if anyone in Europe were to come over here and do anything. I mean, it is literally illegal not to sell unprocessed milk. It is illegal. And I'm completely serious about that as well. You have to get pasteurized milk. And it is not legal to sell anything else. And you have to refrigerate all your eggs. If your eggs are not refrigerated, it's illegal to sell them. Yeah. No. Yeah, when I say that... when I say that, if Europe would come over here, or that when Europe comes over here eventually, I think it's eventually at this point. They take a look at our food industry. They'll find that, or they'll end up putting it like half the people in charge of food in prison. It's bad. Now, Joanna, in the A350, or sorry, in the A320s, let's say you lose an engine. There you go. You got all the information you need right there. If you lose an engine, you got all the information you need. Hey Ben, welcome aboard. Ben, you're gonna win this today, unfortunately. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, like 10 legs behind. So I opted for a fresh install of Windows, which is a very good move. I also dusted out my computer, which is another important move. Back in the 772, nothing beats it. Though earlier we were in the rusty 737. Oh nope. We here you go. Checklist. It'll tell you in here. It'll tell you in here if you lose an engine. I mean, in non-normal. But it'll illuminate yellow, and it'll tell you up here saying engine fail. So that's a 6-hour flight then. It is a more modern Boeing. It is a much more modern Boeing. Well, I say that, but I also say that this is an aircraft from the 90s. With that said, though, it's only 2 generations behind, so no, this isn't. Well, maybe. This thing might be from the 90s, but it is it's good. It's good 90s hardware. And the Dreamliner's even better. If we can get a decent one. But even when the Dreamliner comes out, I still don't know if it's going to ever replace my 772. And there's something about the 777 that makes it so amazing to fly. Yes, Joanna, who is the one who's been reusing the same flight deck for basically 5 different aircrafts for like the past, I don't know, 50 years? Oh, sorry, 7 different aircrafts. You have the A330s, the A319, A319 Neo, A320, A320 Neo, A321, A321X Neos, A340. They don't innovate that. That's the point, though. Okay, the Boeing also does a lot of stuff via software. Alright, top descent is in... It's roughly 5 minutes out. No. 10 minutes. No. Seven. 7 minutes out. Because I began top descent 5 minutes early in this thing. I was using the 737 before this leg. And it was... The VNAV in it was actually, like, spot on. So... Oh, fair. Okay, I can give you that. Even though Boeing is changing that. So the 777X, it's gonna share a common type rating with the Dreamliner, which means you're gonna not have to go through any training to swap between the two. And then to transfer over from the existing 777 to the Dreamliner, and vice versa. I think it's only like a week. I think it's only like a week of training. So. Yeah, I was listening to a real life 777 pilot. I guess this was back a few weeks ago. Back when I had that way poor go around. I guess a few months back. And he said, and I was looking at the comments, and he said it was only like a week. He was formerly on the Dreamliner, and he's been moved to the 777, and it was a very, very easy transfer. Which is nice. I'm very interested to see how good that new 787 is. Teleplay. Well, yeah, yes and no. So, the 737 is... You are in charge entirely. You can push the 737 to its limits, and it will not care. Right? You can literally break apart the wing of a 737, and the 737 will not stop you. The Dreamliner and the 777s, however, are quite different. They're much closer to buses than they are to 737s. And then the bus is just a robot, to be honest. The bus is in charge. Which is kind of bad when it comes to those situations where you have to push the aircraft beyond the limits of what it can handle. But hopefully you never get to that point. But with the 777, you can override everything, but there are extra things you have to do. Right, so for example, a go-around, they have like a soft go-around, and then they have and then the 777 has like a hard go-around. Right. And PNG actually made it really nice and easy, because officially the go-around button, the TOGA buttons are right there, but PNG made it. Actually hit it in the screw, so it can be all set up. So. Yeah, but then with the 320s, once you disable it, it's kind of gone for good, with at least based on what I understand. And then you have to remember bloody A-floor, which happened to me the other day. Bloody A-floor. Rather, A-floor will never happen in 777. But the 777 is smart. It is smart. Yeah. I think I was climbing out of. Yeah. Where was it? I was climbing out of. Is that tiny airport with that really, really, really bad ILS? That ILS was like so far off when you landed on the runway, it didn't even register. It was that airport. I had a floor going out of that airport for some reason, and I think is that I turned on the autopilot way a little soon. I think is what happened. I think I pulled back some of the flaps early. No, I don't know. I don't know because I noticed. So Ben actually warned me about the ILS or about the approach being off, and then I was on the approach and I noticed it early enough to the point where I could correct it. Alright, what's the CTAF for Baltimore again? It's 119,400, I think. Damn, it's been so long. Disappeared from this airport for a week, and then I forget everything. Yeah, no, that one was the one that yeah, I think I had a floor going out of that. Yeah, no, that one was horrendous, and I mean, so there is actually a way to like edit the airport file so these things can be accurate, and I think that's what AnyBuilds has done, and I think that's what a lot of other developers have also done. The one that was high was was it Kansas? No, I remember it well because it was the one that you caught me in with not even parking at the gates. It might have been Kansas actually. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying now. Alright, I did not do any of these checklists. I'm gonna check that away. I do need to I need to make my own 777 checklist because these checklists here, and I don't know if this is Boeing or if this is PMG being shit, those checklists are not very thorough right at all, and they don't really mention anything about the lights. They don't really mention anything about getting taxi clearance or anything. You know. I was using a checklist earlier with the 737, and I think it was much more thorough. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo will be getting descent now. Expecting ILS first runway 33 left. Baltimore traffic. What are we down? What are we going down to? 250 level, or 230 level. No, not tonight. Physique. 230 level physique. I'm gonna give flight level change mode a go. Feels like I don't really use flight level change mode. I used to use flight level change mode all the time. Especially when arriving into Heathrow, flight level change mode can be useful. usually just do whatchamacallit now? Turn now direct physique. Usually just go just manage it manually. Oh, I definitely don't. Yeah, Joanna, what has happened to you with this with this score? Because I've been able to get, I've only had a few bad ones. Rather, it seems like you've had a massive amount of not so great ones. By the way, I think I regained that type rating like within like a day or so. Bus don't normally set the target ILS intercept height. I usually do. I usually control descent by hand. Hey Max, we're descending into my home airport now. Max, is it just me or is your profile just not showing up? Your profile pic. Let me refresh. I must be YouTube being weird. And now, Joanna, yours is not showing up either. Now it is. So. Wow. Wow. Your wings A319. Wow. We spent a lot of time in the 319 recently. Thought it was a bit of a. I thought it was time for a change. So earlier we were in the rusty 737. You seem to do that route a lot. You might want to get out and adventure a bit more. By the way, the next tour that we're... Yeah, Joanna, you should really try the 319 and 321. You should really try them both. I know you love the 320, but you should really you should fly the 319 and 321 some more. You tried the 321. I tend to like... I out of the three buses, the 319 is the best overall, in my personal opinion. Give me that. That's not doing the best of jobs. And then the 321 is my second favorite. Okay, looks though, I much prefer the 321 Neo with the mask. Actually, I have a model one of them. But then my least favorite out of the three buses is by far the 320. 320 just seems boring. There's nothing special about that. Nothing special about the 320 in my opinion. So yeah, I just tend to prefer the 319 and 321. I used to actually not like the 319, just from the standpoint of I thought it was hard to control. But then the more I fly it, I actually found that it was easier to control than the 321. I mean, that thing can take off in really short distances as well. That thing is just overall a nice small beast. Which is why you'll see me fly it in and out of all the other airports. Especially the smaller ones. Though to be honest, there's not that much that the 319 can do the 777 can't. But you know that's weird of me to say, but the 777, the 772 in particular, is really versatile. The AB9 is on my list of things to get this year. But the first thing I'm going to do is finish up this project. Or finish redoing it. Because that's going to turn into my new streaming PC. And then I'm getting, and then maybe not this week, but maybe next week, I'm going to actually build my enclosure. Actually, this thing is almost done. I just need to figure out a fresh way to mount the power supply, which I'll probably work on tomorrow night. And then I also need to buy 2 to 3, at least. 2 to 3 HDMI capture devices. So I need 1 for that monitor, 1 for that one. Actually, I did test out the one I had earlier, and it did actually work, so I might just stick with that one. My one issue with this is the fact that it required power for it to use, which is not great. And then 1 for this tablet, or 1 for this thing here. Which you can't see very well because that camera is being weird. But yeah, then I'm gonna, and once I finish rebuilding that, that'll take off some stress off this big system here. Maybe even improve my frame rates a little. Alright, what's the next attempt to? Switch to 3-0. Ouch. Ouch. No, I actually don't use any special fan control software. I literally just use the cheap stuff that's the cheap connectors that are known for burning out. I think they're the Molex things. I just use those. Not even worth me trying to deal with fan control software. It's not worth it. So my fans are running 24/7 all the time. But when it comes to my fans, I just use the same like daisy chain Molex connectors, which I know that's not the best idea in the world, but it works for me anyway. I've been doing that for years and have not noticed any issues. And my PC gets really good cooling actually. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans. You see, I don't even use that. When the computer turns on, the fans just go to 100%. Damn. Ryzen. Okay. Max, I gotta be honest. If you're looking at that, like, well, yeah, if you're looking at that, if you're gonna do any kind of CPU upgrade, just go to your max, just max out on AM4 and deal with your CPU. Because, I mean, I got my CPU, I maxed myself out on on AM4 this time last year, and I did it for. I think I bought my CPU for $300 back then, which was really good. And I don't think CPU prices have exploded that much. Just take a quick look at Amazon. Yeah, so you can get a Ryzen 9 5900 XT for $300. Oh, I see the price difference though. I do see how you'd be saving about $100 though, or whatever that is in British pounds. I do see how you'd save the money though. Down to 120. Level J-Ho. Baltimore traffic around 36 Romeo, descending now altitude 11,000 feet, level J-Ho. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, I see that. I see that. And it makes sense. Especially the performance isn't that big of a difference. Okay, so Joanna, I have 32 gigs of DDR4 in that system, and then in the Macintosh I actually have 32 gigs. I have another 32 gigs. I bought my memory for extremely cheap, back when it was cheap. Forgot to hit flight level change that again. Seems like I kinda gotta dive it. $128 gigs. Ouch. Ouch. You don't ever need 128 gigs of DDR5. No one needs that unless you're running like a server. You don't need that. And then 96 gigs of DDR4. Even that's insane. Okay, if you do a lot of that, then okay. But even then, ouch. That's insane. I have 32 gigs of DDR4 in this system, and it's insane. What's the latest altimeter? Yeah, it is. You're not wrong. Altimeter 2998. No wind. 2998 inches of mercury. Because we're still using that here in the US. We're still using inches of fucking mercury, which is insane. We're not using hectopascals or any of that new stuff. We're using fucking inches of mercury here in the US, which is stupid. Yeah, I don't know how you can afford that. Though, to be honest, I might need to buy myself a 10 terabyte hard drive here at some point. And that's just for this year. You want to see something insane? This is just from this year. This is just from all the streams for this year. I deleted all my stuff from last year. This is literally all just the streams of this year. Up to... I'm nearly empty on that. So I might have to buy myself a good, maybe, 10 terabyte hard drive here soon. Which is going to be pricey. But I might not have a choice. Because I tend to record everything. Yeah, I think the most storage I've ever put in a NAS has been 2 terabytes. God. I think I've heard that, but I don't know. I think maybe Linus mentioned it at some point. Wait, what's the next episode again? 9,000 level captain. I think I might have heard about that software. This kind of means that when I access stuff through the 32 gigs free cache and through that seems extra complicated. That seems far more complicated than it actually has to be. Clear now, direct Capco. Bottom traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy, turning now direct. Capco is reducing speed now to 50 knots. Bottom traffic. Excuse me. Actually, tell you what. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Gotta edit that, and then... Speed. Aha. Okay, let's go. I want to turn now to direct speed, actually. Or, sorry, seed. Or actually, no. Actually, no, I'm gonna do direct cools, and then we just need to be level 5,000 at cools. Or is it? Yeah. Bottom of traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo turning now, direct cools. Descending now, altitude 5,000 feet, reducing now to a speed of 230 knots, currently 31 miles from cools. Net cools, we will join up on the Isle Threat, runway 33 left. Bottom of traffic. That's Dulles. Or actually, no, that's Andrews, actually. Dulles is over there. Reagan should be over there somewhere. I don't know whatever that is. Yeah, that's Andrews right there, though. Dulles is over there somewhere, and then Reagan is like right over here. I think right behind my wing. Alright, in the meantime though, the light's on. And why are we not descending aircraft? Oh, I was flying into Dulles the other day, and a few chuckleheads decided to split off from the approach and for Reagan, and they decided to fly directly over the White House, which for those of you who don't know is highly illegal. Like intercept the, it's like F-35 will be deployed within like 30 seconds if you do that. If you do that shit. Illegal, right? It's like lose your license for life, illegal. And a few chuckleheads decided to do that, and then the controller asked for a few Air Force jets. Yeah, anything over DC is like highly illegal. There's a Reagan and the White House, and all that stuff will be over here. Even though the sim's not wanting to load it right now. Which makes sense. There's Reagan, and then Dulles is like all the way over there. Dulles is like all the way back there somewhere. I can't see any three. It's not wanting to model the 3 buildings. Yeah. Yeah, well, you don't actually have that many choices, though. Though I would have... If you were willing to add DC to that list, I would have found the Reagan approach to be an interesting approach. Because it is a visual approach, and like I said, you are not allowed to go over DC airspace in it. So it's like, you are on the river. If you are off at all on that river visual approach, then you are entering into illegal territory. There's Andrews and Dulles. Like I said, it was gonna be like way over there. Can I see Dulles? No, not really. You got the whole DC area right there. And then I have to be in this area next Sunday. Because this area right here is like a Rockville area, and that's where you have to be next Sunday. And you're approaching. We are approaching Baltimore here soon. Yeah, there's a few airports that I wish you would have made. Kind of wish LaGuardia would have been on that list, but I mean Kennedy. I understand Kennedy, and then Reagan was the other one. Those would have been 2 challenging approaches, but I'm so happy with the decision. I'm so happy with the choices. I don't know what airport that is. That is like a tiny little VFR airport, I think. And then if you go all the way over there, cross the Chesapeake Bay, which is right here, and then the bridge that collapsed last year, or I guess 2 years ago, that was like right over here. You have the Baltimore Harbor right over there. Right, if you were to cross that, over there you have an airport. You have Martin State Airport, which is a small little airport. My dad actually used to live right behind it. Yeah. So, and then I live off over in this area of the Baltimore airport. If you were to extend the runway, then you will definitely intercept my house. All right, lights are all on. Good. So 200. That cools will go 160. I will say this area is quite a nice area. A little bit more beautiful than Slough in the UK, which is where I spent most of my time over there. Let's see any other landmarks over here. No, not really. Not really. Yeah, I know it does, unfortunately. I'm not moving over there for looks, though. Trust me about that. I'm very well aware that I'm not expecting anything beautiful. Though, actually, your architecture's a lot nicer than ours. Baltimore traffic, Air 36 for Romeo. Heavy, turning now direct splat. Reducing speed now 180 knots. Descending now down to an altitude of 2,400 feet. Switching over to the CTAF frequency now of 119,400. Baltimore traffic. Okay, I would usually go RNAV approach into this, but don't want to. Baltimore traffic, Air 36 Romeo Heavy is currently 10 miles from Splat. At Splat, we will join up on the ILS approach for runway 33 left. Reducing speed now 180 knots, descending to an altitude of 2,400 feet. Level Splat. Baltimore traffic. Go some more flaps. Alright, lights are all on. Good. Auto brake 3 set. So I was actually thinking about assigning some custom curves to my flaps lever. Especially with the 777, because you're actually not supposed to land flaps 30 all the time in it. You're actually supposed to land flaps 25. But I can only do flaps 30 the way that everything's set up right now. Which is kind of it's both annoying, but it's also nice because it means it's like one setting. You can also technically land flaps 20 in this thing, but it's known as an abnormal landing configuration, preserved primarily for engine failures. Speed 170 knots now. There's a lovely airport. I actually haven't tested out the Baltimore airport since I've done my Windows reinstall. I hope the ILS is I hope that the ILS works. I know that by default, at least in 2020, it did not have the ILS for 33 left. By default, that is. Noted. Flaps 20 now. That's all on. Good. Oh, I definitely got it. Definitely got the scenery. Definitely got it working. I can tell. Alright, just want to verify updated altimeter. You are clear for the approach. Baltimore traffic here, not 36 Romeo. Heavy turning final now, 33 left. We got, roughly speaking, 7 miles to run. Baltimore traffic. Get the gear down as you are intercepting the glide slope. Once the gear's down, I'll get the flaps to 30. Speed now 160 until 40, I mean. Now the question is, do we just park it on the taxiway for right now? I do have legs to do. Yeah, I know. Actually, I don't even know if Baltimore actually has a DME. I know we can maintain just 160 to 4. You know, I guess it doesn't. Which is interesting because there's a VOR. So. Right, final approach speed is 135 knots. You know, this one doesn't actually have a DME. Baltimore traffic air not 36 Romeo fully established now. ILS approach runway 33 left. We got 4.5 miles to run. Reducing final approach speed now 135 knots. Baltimore traffic. I need to edit. I need to adjust that setting as well. Right, lights are all on. Good. Gears down. Good. Flaps 30. Good. Gears green. Good. Auto brake 3 set. Just get that APU on now before I forget. Alright. Eye controls. Button work for some reason.
1,000.
That button didn't work for some reason. Final call Baltimore traffic here, not 36 Romeo landing now, runway 33 left. Final call Baltimore traffic. Now it's been a minute, so don't judge me if I cratered this. By the way, there's a little park right there, and actually, the channel photo is actually from that little park.
400. Approaching 300. 200.
We are a little low.
Minimums.
Continue.
$100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Smith's landing all night. Smith's one so far. Yeah, I thought I floated it for about half a second. Baltimore traffic air not 36 Romeo heavy now clear of 33 left taxing to stand Echo 3 via Bravo, or sorry, via Papa and Bravo. Baltimore traffic. Oh, I know I did it in the touchdown length, but it just felt as if I floated it for about, I don't know, like final half a second while the reversers went on. Welcome back to my home airport. Yeah, that's the reverser's doing its job. You know, explain we have a built-in replay tool, so we could actually find out. Actually, keep the turn-off lights on for right now. Strobies can go off though. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Though usually in the 777 I aim for precisely 200 feet per minute. You don't want any softer because then you do actually flip the triple. That's what I've noticed. You went precisely 200 feet per minute in the triple, so there was a small little float there. But that's fine. But it's still within range. I love how Southwest owns half the bloody airport. Southwest literally owns half the airport. So everyone else has to have this really, really, really long taxi. So, oh, the passengers will be more than happy with that. It's just that I'm not 100% thrilled with that landing, but it's fine. We come to the lovely international area. Come here to the lovely international terminal, which only operates to 3 airlines now. Aside from all the charters. We do actually have a pretty large Oman Air charter fleet base here. This taxiway here is not Alpha Alpha, it's Juliet now. Don't know when the Latin VFR is going to fix that. Don't know when they're going to fix that, but they will eventually. Maybe. If they ever do. Oh, wait, I was going Echo 3. Damn it. It's going Echo 3, not Echo 5. Almost. Almost. Parking brake set. Definitely blinded that ground crew. Get these engines shut down. Alright. And that is a 10. It actually wasn't as bad as I thought. In only 445 meters. So. still definitely a 10. Damn, $18,000 for the virtual airline. That makes up for the loss I had earlier. The loss that Newsky gave me. Just to be crystal clear, I did not give myself a loss. Newsky gave me the loss. For not giving me enough passengers. Alright, off down now to fake Birmingham. Yes, it's fake Birmingham, not real Birmingham. And look at that. News guy's giving me a full flight again. 10. Romeo, Baltimore. Arrive. Oh, I beat you by about half. Mine was 160 kbh. Or going straight back down to Atlanta area. Damn. I do miss Heathrow. Be back at Heathrow next week. Alright, init ref. Index. Route. Requests. Set payload, set fuel, select the route. Now we need to flash these flight directors. Yeah, I don't know if it's my favorite airport to fly it in and out of, but I will say it is a nice one. Yeah, Joanna, the East Coast is so densely populated, it is not even funny. And the reason that it's so densely populated is because we don't get the good weather. I mean, we do get some snow, but we don't get that much. But we also have all the... We have all the capitals over here. We have all the money-making areas. I mean, we have New York City. We have Delaware. We have fucking the District of Criminals. Alright, departure 28. What departure are we on? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that we're not on the Dupkin one. You're not. We are on the Curves with 8. Don't know why Simbrief's recommending 1.5. Churbs 8, and that is from Malls. Execute that. Route performance init. Set that. Wait. Yeah, 50 using better margins. Selected temp is 46. On a takeoff 2. Takeoff flaps 15. I beg your pardon. Why is that not calculating? That's in, right? It is. No, wait. That might help. Then it'd be 126, 129, 137. Don't need to put in the takeoff weight. That's useless. There's no wind, and I already put in all that. GSX first for pushback again, please. I know we just got here. Baltimore traffic, you're not 36 Romeo. Heavy, stand, Echo 3, push and start. Baltimore traffic. 1.14 Gs. Nice. What was mine in terms of Gs? Mine was 1.16. You actually did beat me on that. Yeah, mine was only 1.1. Mine was 1.16. You beat me on that one. What icing conditions? It's fine out there. There's no icing conditions, GSX. None. Okay, the temperature's 1. It's 1 degree outside. But it's been bloody hot recently. There's no moisture in the air. So the question is, when we get to Birmingham, do we try the bus? Or do I go back to the 737? And I'm inclined to go back to the 737 and do some more practice with the HUD. Yeah, you know what to do. Parking brakes released. We were in the 737 earlier, but nothing was actually quite enjoyable. Actually, what time is it? Damn, by the time we get to Atlanta, actually. Damn, Joanna, you might actually win this today because I'm getting tired. Start flight. %70 the way complete. Figure I need to get to at least Philly tonight, but don't know if that's going to happen. Well, I'm still at Baltimore. I'm still at Baltimore, so it's like you're right now. You're 4 legs ahead of me, and I won't be able to catch up with the rest of them until tonight. And you're gonna be at this all day. So unless you do like 5 tomorrow, 48 knot headwind. That's nothing. That's nothing. Crossing the Atlantic, I've had a 150 knot headwind at one point. Oh, I got so pissed that day. I was ready to use Stomach Cell. I got so pissed that day. Hang on, let me get these engines starting. There we go. I can see your stupidness about icing. GSX is stupid. GSX is insanely stupid. At least these engines start up really quickly. My frames are plummeting. Great. Go on, GSX, like, piss off.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Flight controls. Full up. Well, it's a quote unquote race. I don't know if Joanne is exactly racing anymore. We both agree that quality is over whoever wins first. So though I'm still gonna try to win first, even though I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, Ben's gonna win today, but screw Ben.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Yeah, Ben will be done tonight. Alright, APU running. Piss off APU. Running flight controls, check dimming flaps 15. I feel bad for James because he had his issues. Get blinded, ground crew. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36, Romeo taxiing now, holding point uniform 1 for runway 28 via Bravo, Papa, and uniform. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, I do not usually speed out of here that fast. And I'm way off the taxiway, whatever. Joanna, do you by chance have the Cat 3 tiller? Because the thing's it might have been pricey, but it is worth it. Okay, I can't say it's worth it, but it is nice to have a tiller. Alright, lights are all on. Good. Flaps are set. Auto brake RTO. Okay, I do recommend the Cat 3 design tiller. With that said, though, it is $300, whatever that equates to in the proper currency. With that said, though, I do find it very, very nice to have. Yeah, that seems about right. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy via Uniform 1. Line up and take off runway 28. It'll be initial climb to 3,000, then up to flight level 400. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, I can recommend it. It is good. So I can't wait to build 9 closer because I'm gonna do a bit more than I initially thought. Shut up, we're fine. Right. The rest set, stabilize. Eight knots. B1 and rotate. Pause right gear up. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy, now airborne, passing 2200, climbing now unrestricted to flight level 400. Final call on CTAF, Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, now airborne out of 28. Climbing now, flight level 400, Baltimore traffic. Oh yeah, I can tell that we're running better. We're getting a solid 74 frames per second now. Currently running it. Putting an MCU tiller. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I bought my tiller from a Cat 3 Design, and although it was pricey, I mean $300, and although I do think it is overpriced, I can't say it wasn't. I can't say it doesn't do stuff. Or I can't say it's not nice to have. It was just really overpriced in my opinion. Well, yes and no. We have to repeat some stuff. We'll need some stuff. Anything preventing us from going direct to a waypoint? Yeah, if I can get direct Herrick. Now. Baltimore traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo turning now direct Herrick. Baltimore traffic. Nothing beats a nice 772. Nothing beats it. Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be the final flight for the night, unfortunately, because I'm getting a little tired. And I need to. I actually think I need to focus on texts later today. He was here earlier, though. When I was flying the 737. He was here earlier. I need to upload all that footage a little later today. All that raw footage. It takes me 5 minutes to do, but I'm very, very lazy in not doing it. Alright, what's our ETA for Birmingham? Sorry, for fake Birmingham? 11:35 Zero. Yep, that'll definitely be it for the night after we get this. And then is that it for like this annoying zigzaggy pattern? Alright, freaking my Stream Deck software's not set up. Is that it for this zigzaggy pattern? Almost. Almost. Alabama. It's through. We have to go to Philly, and then that's it. Philly, and then Miami. We're really not far from being done. Yeah. Then Miami. We'll get done through this, or actually, we'll get through Houston tonight is what I'm thinking, actually. Oh, maybe. So I can probably start a little earlier than night. Start tonight. Try to get through. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna get through Houston. If I were to plan this out correctly. So tonight, get through this and get rid of all these long legs, and then tomorrow night, aim for all of those, and then finish that up in that final leg. Okay, that's all doable. I think I got 3 days left of this. I think I got 3 days left of this is what I'm thinking. And if I'm not mistaken, I think these are all 772 capable. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. I already checked Albuquerque. I think Albuquerque is. I just haven't checked New Orleans, but I can imagine that that is. That one I know. Obviously, Miami accepts 8380s. Then this one I checked. I actually think that they used to manufacture Airbuses at Birmingham, at fake Birmingham, and it is fake Birmingham. It's not the real Birmingham. Fucking Alabama. First you give us Mike Johnson, then you give us fake Birmingham. Or first you give us fake Birmingham, then you give us fucking Mike Johnson. Yeah, we should have finished this up easily within the next few days. We just can't get to Philly tonight, so I'm getting tired. Actually, I might do some of these longer legs off camera, actually. Yeah, I'll probably do tonight's stuff off camera. Then I'll finish it up within the next few nights. Yeah, I understand. I understand it's tiring. What, I think I decided to do my Windows reinstall this week instead of next week. Then once we're done with this, we're going to spend a night in X-Plane. I think maybe 2 nights in X-Plane, and then we'll be on, and then I think that'll be it until I have my neuropsych, and then probably not this week, but probably next week, I'll go ahead and begin long hauls again. What's even more annoying, though, is that the first few legs, I usually get some form of ATC, so it's like, I can't exactly just, like, walk around the room. It's like, I kind of have to sit here. Especially if I start like anything before like 11 or 12 at night, which I have to. I need to check something for work. Today we had to terminate someone. Well, technically yesterday. We had to terminate someone. Okay, no incentive for Monday lunch. Yeah, it was. It was. They were late again. They were late again. And today we didn't allow them to clock in. Today we told them today that they were no longer with us. And we gave them their papers. So. Yep. Which we knew they were going to do it. We knew they were going to do it. We all knew that she was gonna wake up late and not turn up. We all knew it, and I mean I'm just surprised it didn't happen. It didn't happen earlier this week. So, but yeah, I tend to agree with you actually. And what's even worse is that I think this person has been having issues with the law. So it's like. I wouldn't be surprised if they're one of the people who are legally obligated to have some form of employment as part of like their release. Well, not getting employment from us anymore. I mean, we expect you to be here on time every day. It's like you don't call, you never call, you never try to get coverage when you physically can't be there, right? It's like, I'm sorry, you've broken the rules so many times, and it's like you're inconveniencing the rest of us, and you've had plenty of warnings in that. Yeah. It's like, I've only had to work with this person a few times, and the few times that I've had to work with them, I have not been impressed either. I mean, and she's new as well. Or she was new. Only started working with us about 4 months ago. Not even. Middle of December, I think it was. And they didn't last. Well, yes and no. So, we ask that you at least look for coverage. Right? I mean, you get sick, we understand. We understand that stuff happens. Right. And we'll happily help you out to look for coverage. Right. And if you need to call out because you're sick, that's fine. Right. But you need to call us and let us know ahead of time for our planning. So. Right. And just when I tend to agree with you that it should be the company's issue, right? But at the same time, it's like you need to call us and tell us that you're not going to be there. And we have this policy that you signed back at the beginning of this employment. Right, you just need to call us ahead before your shift, and then you're fine. Right, you can call us 5 minutes before your shift. Say, oh, you got into an accident, you're not coming in. Right. But yeah, no, that's the thing. They weren't calling though. They were not calling anyone. They were just not showing up on time. It's like, okay, it's like I understand if maybe you get into an accident 5 minutes before you arrive into work and you have to call us after the fact, right? But that's an accident. That's something that's not intentional, right? Someone got into a biking accident. I guess it's about a year and a half ago now. Someone got into a really bad accident. They were a no call, no show for the day, but that's fine because they let us know they had a valid reason for it, right? I mean, they got into a really bad accident. They had to go to the hospital. They were in the hospital for 3 days afterwards, right? That's a valid reason. You know, this person has never had a valid reason for not calling, and right. I mean, but yeah, no, they haven't called. They never called, right? They never tried to get their shift covered. It's like, I'm sorry, you're just done at that point. And this person who joined us, it's like 2.5 months, 3 months ago now, and I trained them for a single day, and I told the hiring manager, this person's not a good person to hire and to continue with, because they were constantly arguing with me. It's like, I'm sorry, I've been working here 3 years. You've been here 3 minutes. That's right. It's like, you're arguing with me when I'm showing you the correct way to do things, when I'm very nicely correcting you on it, and you're going to argue with me. Really? Either way, they're gone now. They are no longer employed with us. We are looking for coverage for their shifts for later this week, of which I would not be able to join in. So I've already been overworked and underpaid recently. But we are. The next time they show up, they will be escorted out, because they do not have any right to be here anymore, to be there anymore. So you can make. Exactly. It's not like I was mean about it, right? It's like, look, this is the. I told them very clearly. It's like, you know, here's the reason that you don't want to do this, right? I mean, we're focused on quality, but we're also focused on food safety. Here's the reason that you don't want to do this, right? You want to make sure that this thing gets filled to the top, because we're not trying to scam the customers, right? Customer expects a full shake. It's like, really? You're arguing with me over not filling up a whole shake up correctly and not making it correctly? Really? And they would come in a mess as well, man. We had other issues with her as well. They would come in a massive mess, and I mean, they'd come in. Right, and then it's like we had to constantly remind them to clock out. Right, it's like, I understand forgetting to clock out once or twice. I mean, we all forget about it, right? But it's like we had to constantly be like, make sure you clock out at the end of your shift, so we don't have to go in and adjust your timesheet again, which we've had to do so many times. So it's like, and we've reminded her, make sure you're clocking out, because when we're busy, we might not be able to look over you and clock you out for yourself, right? It's like, it's your... Yeah, there's so many things that annoy me about her, and let's just say that I'm not annoyed. I'm not upset that she's gone. So but yeah, no, she just was not the best fit. And the only reason that we held off so long on firing her was because we are short-staffed, and we're looking for decent people right now. And our hiring manager's been having a hard time finding good people. We've been having a really hard time finding anyone decent right now, or recently. Which I guess is not a great thing because it means we're all still overworked. But if the applicants aren't meeting our standards, then we don't really have much we can do. Aside from wait for more applications. And well, that's the thing right now. Right now, the U.S., in case anyone hasn't noticed, it's not very international friendly. So, yeah. Yeah, we've been trying to, but we've been looking for people, and we've just been looking for people decent, and right now we're not getting that many good applicants. I think we've hired one person in like the past, I guess, a week or so, and that person's literally replacing the person who just got fired, and we're still short at least 3 or 4 people. We actually had a nice bit of a hiring spree at the end of last year, but then I think they all left, aside from one. We hired 4 people at the end of last year. One of them just got fired, and then one of them left as they accepted a better position somewhere else. And then one of them we decided not to continue with due to concerns, just due to laziness concerns during their training. And their concerns and their availability concerns were pretty damn clear. And they were no call, no show like their first 3 days. And it's like, okay, it's like you're done. We're not going to continue with you. But it wasn't really their fault, though. But their availability is not anywhere near what we need right now. We just decided, I think it's like a neutral agreement to separate or something. But yeah, we decided not to. I think out of the 4 people we hired last year, we're now I think 3 of them have left. With that said, the one that has stayed, I am actually quite happy with. It's actually a sibling of another person who we hired way back then. Wait, actually, it's one who came when I first joined up. We're still looking for decent people, though. But the 3 people, 4 we've lost a lot of people recently. And then of course we had the person who both quit and then we fired her. Yeah, there's that one of course there's that one person at the end of last year who kind of just went off the rails, and I think she's even had to spend some time in a mental hospital. She just completely went off the rails. She quit, and then in her notice, she kind of set us leadership into chaos. She made a bunch of accusations against us, and we did our investigation, and we found no evidence. Wasn't exactly right. I mean, it was some of us like joking around, right? But we found, I guess she took it seriously for some reason, even though it was clear. Anyway, she spent some time in a mental hospital, I think, since then. But that person both quit, and then we fired her like 3 days after she put in her 2 weeks notice, because I think it was clear that she didn't want to come in. She claimed that. Yeah, so she claimed. The weird thing that I never quite understood with her notice is that she claimed that she was overworked, but then she would go and voluntarily pick up shifts. It's like, I'm sorry, it's like how do you go and voluntarily pick up shifts, but then claim you're overworked? I'm sorry, I just don't understand how you can do that. yeah, she made a bunch of that person made a bunch of false accusations at the end of last year, and we fired her 3 days after she put in her notice, and it was like, you don't want to be here. We don't want you here anymore. You're done. And then there was another person who actually was a leader, and he was in management, who left just because they were making more money elsewhere. And then we're actually it was even worse that we're about to lose another two decent people. One of them is going into real estate full time and just moving on with her life, and the other one has to leave for maternity reasons. So I cannot do 12 hours a day. I cannot do 12 hours per day. I can do 8 hours per day, but I can't do 12. And I certainly can't do that 6 days per week, which is what I've been getting scheduled recently. And they have since agreed this week. They agreed to give me 5 days per week, not 6. But I don't know how long that's going to last. It's even worse. We don't have anyone who's decent enough to get promoted into these positions. So yeah, I do the same. I'm 100% guilty of the same. Let's just have to chop. Still got an hour left. I'm the same, right? I try to be perfect, and although I'm not, I do try to be the best at my work, and the results are showing. I mean, out of everyone else, they keep piling on stuff for me, and I think I'm getting another promotion here soon, thanks to all my hard effort. To be honest, I got the same. If I mess up one day, it takes me an extra 20 minutes to fall asleep, and I do think about it the entire night. So I do understand what you mean, though. At the same time, for me, it's like I don't know why, because we have idiots who do 1,000 times worse. So, actually, one of those idiots tried to tell me, "Oh, you got to be out by 9." It's like, no, never. No one's ever come to me about getting out at 9. We are supposed to get out at 8:30, but especially Saturdays, we never get out before 9 on Saturdays. Never, because we're closed on Sundays, and then yeah, it's like we never get out before 9 on Saturdays. For as long as I've been working there, we've only gotten out on Saturdays by 9 like twice. It's like, so shut the fuck up, man. It's like, idiot who doesn't ever work Saturdays. Trying to tell me, oh, you have to get out by 9 o'clock on Saturdays? No, we don't. And this guy is technically below me now. It's like, okay, just get the fuck out of here, man. With that said, though, this person I do actually respect. He's not my favorite, but I'm not going to say he's not bad. I'm not going to say he's not good. He's worth what we pay him. And he said something even more ridiculous that said they'd rather you get out at 9, or that they'd rather you get out before 9 and get stuff wrong. It's like, no. It's like, no, you're just full of bullshit. This is the same person who also cannot afford $5 for an Uber every day. It's like, yeah, he actually has to go to people beg for money. Which, it's like, I don't understand. It's like, I don't understand that. With that said, though, he does work hard, and although he does make mistakes, and although there are I do have days where I do not like him. He is actually not that bad, especially compared to everyone else. So, yes, this guy has so many bills per month to pay. It is hard for him to afford. His car's been in the shop for months. I don't even know I don't even know if he still has that car, to be honest. He literally has to either catch a bus and ask me to leave 5 minutes early, which I'm always fine with. So he can catch that bus, or he has to get an Uber. Which, yeah. But yeah, he sometimes, especially if we're at the end of a pay cycle, which we are right now. Are we? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Yeah, we already got paid 2 weeks ago. Or almost 2 weeks. We got paid a week and a half ago. Especially if he's like at the end of that pay cycle, he'll usually have to borrow some money from someone to be able to get home, which it does make sense with considering how many bills he has to pay. So, well, here in the U.S., I don't know how it is. I don't know how it is in the UK, but here in the U.S., fortunately I live with people. But here in the U.S., the way it usually is most people struggle to make their next paycheck. Most people really struggle hard. Here in the U.S., it is completely possible for you to work like 70 hours per week and still not be able to pay your bills. It's completely possible for that in the U.S., unfortunately. And then even with all that, you only get. Even with that, you don't give any kind of like special healthcare. You just get like the basic stuff, which is stupid, but okay. Yeah. Recently, I've had to up my savings because of $4,000 medical bill coming up next Sunday, and I think I have all the money for it. It's $4,000, and I think I just need $200, which I'll easily get this week. This week's paycheck should be a nice fat paycheck. And then I need to, and then whatever spare I have left of that, I'm gonna use to build my enclosure. And I'm actually gonna patch in some of these gaps here because, damn, that's still not working. There's a lot of gaps here. There's like a nice, I don't know how well you can see it. There's a nice gap between this shelf and the desk. I'm gonna close that up. I'm gonna close the gap behind the throttles. I'm actually gonna build up myself a nice little enclosure. I did the math, and I think I put out a bloody note of everything, so I'll have to work that out again later this week. But I am gonna build that enclosure this week, or probably next week actually. But I have all the tools to. I have all the tools and knowledge to do it. But before I do that, I'm gonna finish up the Macintosh. And then after that, I get to save for my next trip overseas. Which, at this rate, might be my final trip overseas. At this rate, my next one might very well be a one-way trip. So, I'm going to get a little political here, but I actually am not against us going after Iran right now. That said, though, the way that Trump's going about it is completely wrong. He needed to get congressional approval from Congress, which he never did. He needed to get approval from the American people, and a majority of us all voted against war. Because he was the quote-unquote anti-war candidate, even though he's had this behavior before, for some stupid reason. But I am going to say, though, that someone does need to go after Iran at some point. What are the ones? Yeah, someone needs to go after Iran at some point. Oh, we'll get to, we'll get to Philly tonight. That'll help us out for tonight. Iran's has been pissing everyone off for the past 50 years, and they've been doing it pretty much without consequence ever since they started doing it. And you know what? I'm gonna be very conservative here, be very MAGA-like, but if we can keep Trump focused on Iran, then maybe he'll scream less here in the U.S. and the war crimes we're probably committing to ourselves. Altimeter 3014, wind calm. Actually, calm wind, actually. Here on the clouds. Take 2-4. ILS. So. I don't really know. Well, I never watched SpongeBob, to be honest. So, or whoever that is from. With that said, though, I do think that Trump is going after Iran wrong. Going in and straight up attacking them is not the way to do it. The way to do it would be covert operations to assassinate their leader, and then through CIA special force methods, instate a new leader who will actually be a bit more friendly. We've done it in the past. We can do it again. Don't know why Trump didn't just order that, because that would have been the more logical and easiest, and not even really thinking that hard a way to do it. Instead of just going bombs blazing the way we did. But you know what? If we can keep Trump focused on the Middle East, that's fine. Rather keep Trump focused on the Middle East than let him use bombs against Americans, which, although he hasn't technically been doing recently, he's been using the military. He's been using the military against Americans recently, and been kind of acting more like a Adolf Hitler than a FDR or Ronald Reagan. Yeah, I'm okay with us going after Iran, though, is the point. They've been pissing us off the past 50 years. About time they learn. And I know that a lot of people are very anti-war and against me on that, but I'm alright with the Iranian. I'm alright with us going to war with Iran, and if that means that I get drafted, then so be it. Even though I won't get drafted. They will never draft me. No, they'll barely give me a class 1 medical for the FAA. I'll be lazy on this. 841 on the borrow. No arrival procedure. Straight in ILS. Go straight in ILS approach normally 24. Gets to go around. It is up to 13. It's actually up to 3,000. Turn with a heading. Turn direct Buzz VOR. And then I also understand that maybe that I was going back in the Middle East is a very slippery slope. But you know what? The U.S. does need a bit of a regime change, for being honest. So, and the U.S. is a bit too powerful for its very, very poor ethics. So I'm going to go very anti-American here and say that if it hurts us, that might actually be a bit of a good thing for the world. Maybe we'll actually let someone with decent ethics take control of the world for once. I mean, the French have decent ethics. I think they're probably next. The French have much better ethics than us. Are they a bit arrogant? Yeah. Are they a bit stupid at times? Yeah. Are we much stupider, though? Yes. Are we much more arrogant? Yes. Do we exactly trust our allies? No. Do the French trust their allies? Yes. Can't complain with that. Remind me next week to buy another iPad. Because this is overheating. Again. Yeah, remind me to buy another iPad next week instead. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be that insane, but I do need to buy another iPad. I think. Buy a dedicated flight simming iPad. I think, because this is a very, very toasty. This I can't even show you. This shitty Dell 2-in-1 is. No, let me just grab my iPad actually. Stand by one. Great. Nice. Remind me during the next leg. I'm going to do that now, actually. I'll grab myself an extra cup of tea if I need to clean this thing out, because either this thing is just either this thing is filled with dust, which probably is, to be honest, or its cooling fan is just not adequate for what it's doing anymore, because this thing is like overheating hot. I mean, this thing here is like hot enough to easily fry an egg on. I can even leave my hand on it too long. Actually, this laptop has a lot of history. Bought it off Amazon for $300 as a refurb unit. Didn't know, and then I was looking back at the listing a few days later. Thought it was a scam, so I didn't really quite know what I would end up with. And then the story gets even better. It finally showed up. I had told my mom to refuse the delivery, and then she actually ended up accepting it after I realized that it might be a scam, which it was a small bit of a scam. The back of it had like a bunch of like vinyl shit on it, which I tore off. Completely wrecked the screen whilst doing it, but it did work, and it did work as advertised. It was actually 2-in-1. Did work as advertised, which I found very, very interesting. I did replace the screen on it, and then literally 2 months later, I had to replace the screen again, because the screen that I replaced it with was a cheap eBay one that the plastic broke on it. They attached the hinges for the 2-in-1. They attached these really sturdy hinges to like the cheapest plastic out there, and it will snap over time. So I had to replace the screen because of that. So I replaced the screen with the one that's currently on it, and the back's getting wrecked again. I can never get my way with the back getting wrecked. But anyway, this thing lasted me through most of college, actually, until I stopped going. realizing cybersecurity would be replaced by AI within the next 5 years, 5 to 7 years. Working on a degree that I had no interest in finishing, that would be replaced in 5 years, that I was already struggling with passing. Yeah, not a good combination. That's just a combination for wasting money. Alright, I need to come in here. Actually, I do need to do one thing before I land. Show thrust lever position. There we go. What that does is I'm moving my throttles now, and it's actually showing the position of those, even though it's a bit off. But that does help me. Okay, and then are there any other settings I need to go through in here and enable and disable? Oh, I know I need to do it as well. Where is it? I need to enable that actually as well. Auto aircraft equipment. Where's the autopilot disconnect at? Yeah, no, that button's straight up not working. Okay. Wrong button, you bigot. Wrong button. Come in here. Yoke. Train bit. I don't know why it's not doing that. Alright. Let's see here. Assigned to. What? Stupid. Stupid controls. What I just need to do is autopilot disconnect where is it? Autopilot off. Alright. Actually, or is it? Wait. Try and get this set up correctly. Resettable siren, yes. Just the siren look like. Oh, that's an idiot. That's stupid. Why would that even be a setting? Why would that even be a setting? Alright. Clearly that's not the correct control. Well, that might be, but not really. Wait, what? Yeah, maybe I'm dealing with this at cruise. Oh wait. Maybe it's this one. Okay, what should be happening is this thing should do its thing 3 times, not 6. And I shouldn't be doing that. Actually, oh wait, maybe it should be doing it that many times. I love how it's not only requires 1, even though I told it needs 2. And I need it to be 2, so yeah, I can actually do it. So in real life, it should be 2 as well, because you don't want to accidentally disable the autopilot just by hitting the button or by a button bugging out. It needs to be unsilenced. Maybe there's another button somewhere. I had this issue back with it's here. Let's try this again. Okay, if I do it twice really fast. Put the autopilot back on. How long till top descent? 103 miles? Alright. So I do it twice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. Actually, I think that's the way it's supposed to work, actually. And then if I only do it once. I only did it once there. That thing. It should be 2. It should be. You should have to press it twice. I'll let the aircraft get itself back on course before I try it again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm still not doing it right. Still not doing it correctly. You should have to price it twice, is what I'm saying. There should be another button that says disengage autopilot. Or autopilot disconnect. Or something. Autopilot. Then autopilot disengage. I think it should. Where is it? Toggle disengage autopilot. Alright, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. And you press it again, and it goes away. I think that's what I needed. Alright, let me try this again. Alright. You do it twice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 7. Perfect. Put it back on. Only do it once. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then you do it, and then press it. There we go. There we go. Got it working. I got it working now. And once again, do it twice. 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. That's what I need. That's what I need. Where is it? I'll find out. Here it is. So see, we're adding a Boston to Heathrow route. That'll be nice. I've actually done Boston to Heathrow. And I actually think that's a fairly popular route as well. Alright, to top and drop is 60 miles out. We've already done most of our descent briefing. It'll be straight down to, I believe, 4,000. I have to oh, having this iPad back here in the sim setup is perfect. Yeah, remind me to buy potentially an extra iPad later this week because I might need one. I might straight up need an extra iPad because, yeah, maybe like a different color. Yeah, this one here is turning into my work iPad because I have to use it to order a nice big truck every week. Actually, this might have to be our last route. I am getting tired. Now I have to deal with this bloody machine tonight. And tonight, I'm not gonna stream tonight. I'm gonna just kind of sit here and do all the stuff I need to do tonight. Alright. Alright, let's take a look. I see that people have not done their jobs. Put a thing out there today saying, you will get written up if you do not do your fucking jobs, you idiots. I have to put that out later today then. Because, let's see here. That's 1, 2. That's 1, 2. Nice, nice. Three, 4. 4 people who haven't done their jobs yet. Saying, make sure you do your bloody jobs, you idiots. Right. I think it's all the same person as well. Alright, to be honest. Oh, wait. They might actually have a valid reason for not doing it. Oh, yeah. They might actually have valid reasons for not doing it. Forget on their case. Is that idiot who you fired today coming in? Are they due to come in? Not tomorrow. That's one excuse. That's not there. Okay, that's one excuse. Yeah, they do actually have a. Actually, this person does actually have an excuse for not doing their jobs. And that is, so we're supposed to write our setup for how everything's supposed to go by Sunday of every week, and I'm in charge of enforcing that. But I'm not going to enforce it if the people if they are still looking for people to come in to cover the original person, or to cover this person who be fired shifts. Not going to hold them accountable for that because they don't have they didn't have a say in that part. How on earth do I have 7,559 unread emails? Alright. We are down to... What are we intercepting the ILS at? $3,300. Birmingham traffic Aeronaut 36 Romeo beginning descent now down to an altitude of 3,300 feet. Birmingham traffic. It's fake Birmingham. It's not the real Birmingham. Why have to put? Why do you have to put a fake Birmingham on the tour? Huh? It's fake Birmingham. It's not real Birmingham. No, actually, iPads are actually really good value. They're just really expensive, but they are good value compared to literally everything else out there. So I actually tried to build my own tablet. I guess it's about 11 months ago now. Back when we were still under the Ryan Techovest name, and shit. Yeah, back when we were under the old Ryan Techovest name, I was building a tablet, which initially led me to rename the channel from Ryan MCFS back then, and welcome back, Ross. But anyway, I just realized that eventually, after working on it for so long, this software is shit, and there's nothing, and the software's the best that's out there for an x86 based processor, right? And it's absolute shit. So I realized, yeah, there's no way that I was gonna be able to do that. Right, let's go to right. Loca. Okay. And that might set us up for a bit of a... Okay, we might need... That's not going to be too much of an issue. So... Yeah, but the thing is, okay, have you tried an iPad though? Because the software is so much more optimized. I mean, I've tried probably about half a dozen Android tablets in my time, both cheap and affordable, or both cheap and pricey. Nothing comes close to even a base model iPad, at least with my experience. And I'm not an Apple guy. I mean, here I have a Samsung Galaxy S24 FE right here, right? I'm not usually an Apple guy, but I have to give credit where credit's due. Apple is the only one in the entire industry who's been able to make a really decent tablet for relatively affordable as well. Nothing comes close to the iPad, even the base model one, which is what I have here. So, oh, I remember that. Trust me, Ross. I remember that. A rubbish bin strike. I remember that. And then David went to Birmingham, and apparently it was still going on when he went to Birmingham 6 months ago. No, this is still fake Birmingham. I'm sorry, there's only one Birmingham in the world, and this is not it. So, but anyway, I have to give credit where credit's due. Apple's the only one in the industry who, at least in my personal opinion, has been able to make a decent tablet at a relatively affordable cost. So, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I mean, Windows is... Again, Microsoft has had some good attempts. I will give Microsoft that. I mean, I actually think that Windows actually is not bad when it comes to being a tablet. If you get a device that is built with quality, I actually think that Windows is not bad. And I find that Android OS isn't that bad either, but so nothing sets it apart from iPad OS. And actually, I was talking with my dad about it the other day. It's like Apple has been able to optimize this in such a way that no one else has been able to. Right? I mean, Windows at the end of the day is a desktop operating system that's been converted, or with some 2-in-1 features, that allows it to become a tablet, and then Android has come along, and Android just is a phone adapted to be a tablet size. Although the iPad OS is iPad OS it's specifically designed to be a tablet, right? It's not. I mean, I know that originally when iPad OS and iOS first initially split, I know that iPad OS was very much a tablet-based, or I know that iPad OS was very much a phone-based operating system, but Apple's completely changed that. So, but I do understand that you don't like Apple's commercial practices, and neither do I, to be honest. With that said, though, their ethical practices right now, compared to a lot of other companies, including Microsoft, they're actually kind of better than a lot of other companies right now, which is insane to think about. But they are kind of better than a lot of companies, especially Microsoft right now. And I don't say that lightly. And actually, to be honest, they might even be better than Samsung right now, to be honest. So, oh, trust me, that pissed me off as well. But I think Samsung right now is actually worse. I think Samsung right now is actually a little worse right now. But yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. The idea that you have to tie a serial number to a screen, or a camera, it's like stupid. So Apple will sell you parts, but it's through a very, very sketchy website. But Apple's at least making it possible to take batteries out of their stuff. Actually, Google right now is the worst. I say that Samsung is bad. Google right now is the worst. I think we all saw Jerry Rig Everything have his Pixel set on fire. I think that we all saw that. Horrendous fail. So, I've never used a well, I've used one of those Fire tablets, and they're not great. They're not great for doing anything, to be honest. I don't even know if they have the Novgraph app on them, to be honest. They're actually not that horrendous either, for being 100% honest. But so I've used a bunch of budget tablets, and nothing comes close to the iPad. That's when with an iPad you do actually get the physical. You actually get the premium feel of an iPad. So. Okay, that I do. I understand that as well. Now that was a very that's a very bad practice. Now that one I agree with. So, nah, Apple just doesn't know how to optimize their OS for battery a good way. That's the issue with Apple when it comes to the batteries. They could ask everyone else. They don't. They close everything in like crazy. Yeah, I understand I understand everyone's reasoning. I do understand all that, and I'm not disagreeing it. Just that when it comes to a tablet, I can't look past the iPad. Right, before I forget, lights on, and what is the assistant meter? New altimeter 3015. By the way, aviationweather.gov is where I get all my meters from. They usually get it quite fast. I know that it's U.S. government based, but shut up. Yeah, makes sense. I won't ever buy a phone from Apple. Actually, I'm getting ready to because my work software is not working very well with my Android phone. So I say I wouldn't buy a phone from them, but due to work reasons, I'm almost ready to. Because my phone is not working very well right now, and I need to reach out to people who develop the app. It's like, why are you guys incompetent, and why can you guys not program the same bloody app correctly? Why are you guys giving iPhone users all this wonderful niceness when I can't even see the notes of who's supposed to be on the schedule? I can't even see the notes. Seriously, guys, get your shit together. So I am actually getting ready to have to buy an iPhone at some point within the next year. I don't know though. I don't know though. I just had to buy a new phone this past year. I just had to buy this thing this past year after my Pixel ended its life. What happened with the Pixel is the power button broke, and it broke in a way that kept the phone boot looping. And it was time for a new phone anyway, and it lasted its life. It was a Pixel 7. It had lasted its life. I had gotten my use out of that phone. Yeah, the 23 is not bad, from my understanding. I just need to get something that works a little bit better than this one. But I was gonna try to make. I had to buy this one in a pinch because my phone literally would not boot loop, or would literally not work. Nice, straightforward. Yeah, no, with my phone it was literally. I don't know if you guys have Best Buys over in the UK, but with my phone it was literally a situation of I spent like 3 hours trying to fix it, and when I realized I couldn't, it was I got into the car, drove over to Best Buy, picked up whatever phone they had or whatever phone I could afford, and I purchased that because I couldn't. That was it happened like a week before I went to the UK as well. It was so annoying. Right, I had bought this thing a week before, and then the next week it was a week later, almost the minute, in which my Pixel started looping. It was almost to the minute as well, because I had put the order for this thing in at 4 a.m. in the morning, right, to pick it up the same day. And then 1 week later, at around 3:30 in the morning, my old phone, which I still have, by the way, it's sitting in the drawer over there, over across the room, started boot looping. So, it was literally a situation of, I had to send, I was even going to go into work that day, and I had to send messages saying, look, I got to deal with this phone issue, because for my job, my phone is a vital, my phone's a tool, and I can't live without my phone anymore. Because I literally half the software I have to use on my phone. Right, that's how I do all my communication and stuff. That's how I check the schedule. Thank God this thing literally saved my ass. This thing literally saved my ass, because I was able to offload all my two-factor codes onto this thing. Yeah, I use my phone for YouTube, my work apps, and Twitter. Sorry, Chitter. That's about it. Wait, 2,200? You have to make a call on your phone. Yeah, how does you guys live? I have to make phone calls on my phone every day. Yeah. And what's the CTAF frequency? Oh, 119,900. Oh, yeah, you have a landline. Why not just pay for the same plan, though? I mean, and surely you have to, surely when you go out you have to be able to make a phone call. Birmingham traffic, you're not 36 Romeo is currently 31 miles from Loga. At Loga, we will join up on the Alice Bridge runway 24, descending now out to 2,200 feet, current speed 230 knots. Traffic. You never needed to make a phone call outside. Interesting. I have to make those phone calls all the bloody time. Interesting. I don't know how you live like that. Be nice though. Alright, now this is a 12,000 foot runway. $12,000-foot runway, which means we can easily go auto rate 2. We can go auto rate 2 on this, and it'd be more than fine. Now taking a look at the airport, though, where are we parking? So they do have that. They do have a passenger terminal. I think we would have to park. Right, I'm at the parking car, which means we can go all the way out to the end. At Loga. Is that a 5-mile file? It is. Alright, got 27 miles to touchdown. Simple life would be nice. Simple life on a farm would be nice as well. You know, I'd love to go out and live on like a nice farm, or maybe even like a nice cliffside or something. I'd absolutely love that. Does it mean it's gonna happen? No. I'd love to go and live like that. Would be nice. Joanna, I assume that you've been in Yorkshire. I mean, Yorkshire is absolutely beautiful. I have a cousin who lives in Yorkshire. Oh, you've never been? Oh, you're missing out. You got nothing but sheep, stone walls, and hills for miles upon miles. It is absolutely incredible. Yet you've not been to Yorkshire. Essex. I think I know where that is. You have been there. You have been there. Okay, that's what I was asking. All right. Just now speed to 0 knots, please. Yeah, it is. No, it is truly beautiful. All right, lights are on. Good. It's gonna hate me in a moment for doing that. I don't know where that is. Though Essex, I think I know where that is. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that? Or is that Uxbridge I'm thinking of? It's around the Heathrow area. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that insanely far from Heathrow. I have the train in sight. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I'm very well aware that we are low. So. Oh, I guess I'm thinking of a different area. Birmingham traffic are not 36 Romeo, racing now speed 180 knots. Sorry, speed 160 knots. We got roughly speaking 13 knots to touch on. Birmingham traffic. In case I'm thinking of a different area. Yeah, in that case I'm thinking of a very, very different area. Alright, lights are all on. Good, altimeter set, check. Good, we got that. Train, does pure weight. Have to deal with that. Alright, we get the gear down in a moment. We are approach mode is on. Good. Birmingham traffic here, not 36 Romeo is 5 miles from Loga. At Loga, we will join up on the ILS runway 24. Switching to CTAF frequency now 119.900. Birmingham traffic. Birmingham traffic here, not 36 Romeo now. 4 miles from Loga. At Loga, we would join up on the ILS runway 24 approach. Current speed 160 knots. Until 5 mile final. Birmingham traffic. $2,000 years, damn. If only we had history like that here in the U.S. Which we don't really. And I know that Mexico, maybe. Don't really have that history here in the U.S. though. Alright, auto brake set, good. We got... Yeah. I'll plan to vacate all the way at the end because we have to go to the cargo terminal. Because that's the only place where they actually have some space for us. We're not even established yet. Why are you giving us that glide slip warning? We're not even established yet, Triple. Now that's a PNG issue. So... Yeah, I know we have real history, but nothing too significant. Nothing compared to you guys. That flap's full. What's our final port speed? 135 knots. Birmingham traffic here, not 36 runway, now 5 mile final runway. Runway 24, reducing now final port speed 135 knots. Birmingham traffic. Is it just me or does this feel really, really steep? Ground spoilers aren't good. Gears down, green, check. Lights are all on, check. It's full. This looks and feels very, very steep. Alright, we'll land and I'll have to call it a night, unfortunately. So I'm a little peckish. Birmingham traffic, final call, Aeronaut 36 Germany now, short final, runway 24. Final call, Birmingham traffic.
1,000.
My controls. Shut up, we're fine. No pappies, I see. I think they used to manufacture up until like late last year some Airbus planes here.
400. 300. 200. Approaching minimums.
Continue approach. Stable approach runways in sight. Clear to land. No traffic on runway.
Minimums.
Minimum check to continue approach.
100. Flight slow.
We're fine.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. 20. 10.
That was much better. I thought that was better landing than at Baltimore. Once again, we'll vacate all the way down here at the end. When I say all the way down here at the end, I mean it. I mean like all the way down here at the end. Yeah, we have to go over here, unfortunately. We'll get the next one. No reason that shouldn't be a 10. Nothing beats a nice 777 200 landing either. Birmingham traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, heavy now clear the runway, taxiing to standard choice at our discretion, Birmingham traffic. Alright. And this is where we have to park, unfortunately. We might be in the 772, actually, the rest of this. Damn, yeah, no. Almost 7 a.m. I mean, the fucking sun's outside now. Quite cloudy, though. Bit of a change. Parking brake set. Snipping tool. It'll remind me later today to remove all the junk off the remove all the bloody bloatware because I'm seeing a lot of it. I already removed the biggest piece of bloatware in Windows history. Fucking OneDrive. Alright. AP's running. Flaps are away. Good. Alright, the wings are perfectly flat. Good. Wait until those engines are spooled down. Oh yeah, so do I. OneDrive is the biggest piece of bloatware in Windows history. The first thing I do whenever I reinstall Windows or set up a new installation of Windows is uninstall OneDrive because it is so bloody annoying. And what did I say? What did I say? A nice bloody 10. Perfect in the touchdown markers, it appears. Perfect centerline deviation. So it was a little bit more firm than what we got and what we did arriving into Baltimore, but that's perfectly fine. That was by design. Alright, let's just finish turning out the aircraft. You can get all the passengers out once their buses arrive, which we're not even going to get. Turn that off. Flight directors off. Set this 360 degrees. Set that to 10,000. To initial speed to 200. Yep. Exactly. You don't with the 777. I found that you really don't want to get it anything less than 150. It's like at 150, then your approach is unstable. At 150, you're floating the landing. Based on what I've found. All right, turn off lights. Wing off. All these two off. Set those things can come off. Get those off. Window heat off. So, alright, anyway, I'm off to bed now. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a true blast today. We've done 4 legs tonight. No stream tonight. I'll end up doing everything off camera tonight. But anyway, I'm off to bed. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all tomorrow night. So long.